Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? Make sure my mic's on. Yeah, everything looks good. Happy Tuesday, everybody. If you are located anywhere like Aaron and I, you might have some snow to wake up to. Woke up to some nice snow coverage this morning. But we are back with another episode of StockDads TV. Today we have Aaron breaking down things in the morning, and then we'll have Zach joining us, going over his game plan pre-market. He started yesterday, I think, his 3K to 10K challenge. So he's doing a small account challenge alongside Amar. So he'll be starting that today. But without further ado, we're going to bring on the man, the myth, the legend, Sir Aaron Ellis. Aaron, how are you, sir?
Give everybody a couple minutes to get in. Yeah, we got hammered here. Probably, I don't know, about 5 inches, maybe 4 or 5 inches. Bernice, good morning. I don't know if you got the snow too in Detroit. Wow, you're way out west. Tommy, what's up? Up early, killing it. What's going on, man? You got that snow too, Bernice? Yeah. I think the whole Midwest got hit pretty heavy. Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. Laura, what's up? Good to see you. All right, everybody. Make sure we got things locked and loaded. All right. What time is it? 8:17. All right, well, let's get started, guys. Let everybody else catch up. All right, so starting off on news. Now, the big thing last night, RC, what's up? Oh, man, was she going to Lebanon? Or no, she's probably going downtown. Lebanon's not done yet. Oh, man, she was going to be in Indy. Yep, we got hit pretty hard. Well, shoot. All right. Inco, good morning. All right, guys. So starting off on news. Now, Powell spoke last night. Nothing crazy. Didn't really move us around. Fed Fund futures stayed the same. Remember, FOMC week is next week. Mr. Welf, what's up? Wonder if you got hit too. Did you get snow, Mr. Welf? Did it make it that far north? I haven't really looked. All right, so Powell spoke last night. Didn't really move us around. Boca, morning. So going into today, remember FOMC week is next week, right? So we'll see. You know, there's a lot out there, but we are pricing in a cut going into next week. So, but going into today, there's really no major news today. No major news for us to worry about. Bowman speaking at 10. That shouldn't move us around too much. But going into the rest of the week, you know, we've got some pretty big news events coming up. We finally do have our normal unemployment claims back on Thursdays. So we'll see. ISM tomorrow, non-farm employment change tomorrow. PCE, this is the big one. Our big news event of the week is on Friday at 10 a.m. So what's right in front of us? Really nothing on the tape for today. All right. So one thing I wanted to point out, and this, I don't know why this made me laugh, but if you've been with me long enough, it doesn't take much. But we've got we've got the rating dog services. I've probably seen this 100 times, but it still kind of makes me giggle. I think 45 for the Swissy. So I don't know why that makes me giggle. But anyway, I'll move on. Anyway, so nothing really crazy for today. All right, let's get to it. Okay, so starting off with the VIX. Now this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. All right, VIX, the index, a different thing. This is a leading indicator for our U.S. indices, right? VIX down, it runs inverse. VIX down, indices up, VIX up, indices down. All right, well, we're still in our extension shorts, so the VIX is in a downtrend. All right, in our extension short, our larger move is from our lows, Monday's lows to lows. Remember, all the indices are in these Monday's highs to highs. Monday's lows to lows. That traded, we're good. Then we held our halfway back on the week. All right, so this is what we're looking at going into the morning. All right, now if we wanted to get really aggressive, now we can watch this draw, you know, to see Wall Street will want its fill, right? Wall Street always gets its fill. So, and you never miss anything on a Monday or a Friday, right? So these pullbacks happened obviously yesterday on a Monday. So there'd be nothing surprising about us pulling all the way back and retesting that level. But we can watch these yesterday's highs to lows right here. All right, but there'd be nothing surprising about us squeezing back up here and the indices going back to the bottom of their ranges. We're just in ranges right now, guys, on the indices, and you'll see that here in a second. But we can watch these overnight highs to lows. You can see there was a little bit of participation here. But again, you know, we don't want to freak out if, you know, the VIX makes this squeeze back into highs, right? Never miss anything on a Friday or a Monday. All right. So that's what we're looking at going into the morning. Pretty simple, right? Pretty simple. We've got these larger targets of this extension right down here at these 1765s. So we'll definitely have to pay attention when we get down here, because when you zoom out, right, and look where we are, we're coming back down to the bottom of this, you know, we're coming back into support, right? We're coming back into support. So if we do start breaking shorts, we'll obviously have to pay attention, but, you know, just trade the trend until it fails. And that's where we're sitting going into the morning. All right, just like that. All right, any questions? Any questions on the VIX going into this morning? Oh, I got my emojis, Tamika. All right. Okay. Anybody need me to do that again? Everybody good? Everybody good? Morning, Frank. All right, I see the emoji. The emojis coming now. Nice. Everybody good? Everybody got their bearings? Good to go for the day. We're gonna have absolute bullish setups, guys, on the indices. Indices are in longs. VIX is in, anytime the VIX is in shorts, right? Indices are in long. The path of least resistance is up on the indices right now. All right. How can you relate bank with the VIX? We'll go over that. Actually, we'll go over that next. Okay. All right. So the VIX is the leading indicator, right, for the U.S. indices. All right. Bank creates the environment. All right. So let's move on. So when we're talking about bank, these are the financials in our markets. Okay. This just creates the environment that the indices are trading inside of. So imagine it like this. All right. I'll use my ship analogy. All right, if you've got a ship over here, if the indices are a ship, right, and bank is going up, imagine that ship has its sails open, the wind's blowing, it's free to go, right? All things looking good, all right? If bank is falling, imagine that same ship, no sails, and it's got an anchor. All right, so when bank is falling, it acts like a boat anchor to the indices. It's real hard for them to go up, real easy to go backwards. Okay, so it just creates the environment that the indices are in. Okay, so if the VIX is falling and bank is rising, right, super positive environment, super bullish environment. All right, but if we see bank falling, it's like a boat anchor. It doesn't, the bank and the indices don't move tick for tick. Just creates the environment. All right. Other way to look at it is headwinds and tailwinds. So if bank is rising and the indices are over here, If bank is rising, imagine there's a big fan below the indices blowing up on them. Makes it hard to go down, easier to go up. Okay, same thing if bank is falling, imagine a big fan above the indices blowing down on them. Makes it hard to go up, easier to go down. Okay? That answer your question, Boca? Hopefully. Those are the two best analogies I've made up in my head. All right. So that's how we look at it. So a lot of times you'll see the indices, you can tell they want to rally, but until bank turns around and gives them that tailwind, right? It's hard for them to do that. Okay. All right, so our financials, we're just looking at our halfway back on the week, right? There's Monday's lows to highs. All right, we're watching our halfway back on the week. And remember, this is just an index. This isn't traded. Okay, so it doesn't have to be perfect. But we had our halfway back on the week right here, so we'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. Okay? All right, so let's get to the indices. Now, nothing crazy at all here. This is just straight in versus the VIX. Mondays, move it over so you guys can make sure you can see that. Monday's highs to, or lows to highs, or Monday's highs to highs. All right, that's 67.31.75. All right, that was 3:45 on PM last Monday. Highs to highs, there's our extension long. Right here, we're building a big old sneaky snake up here. Okay, this is where they happen, where sneaky snakes show up. Top of an extension, we'll go sideways up here. All right, so right now, this is just a range. All right, this is just a range on the ES. All right, so gap fill. All right, our gap fill is 68.29. All right, 4 p.m. close from yesterday, 68.29. So here's 10 points away, 39. Let's put up 49. See if I can nail it. 49. No, almost. 68.49. All right, so there's 20 points away. You can see that defended at 6:45 this morning, Eastern. So we open up inside of these 20 points, right, at 9:30, and we've got about a 70% chance or better of our gap filling, okay? If we open outside of these 20 points, we drop to about a 50-50 shot, okay? But again, it all depends on what the VIX is doing, right? Because that leads. I mean, it's hands down, that's what leads us. Did this trade to the tick? Let's see. What did it trade? High. We traded our 20 points to the tick. Look at that. 68.49. So, you know, if we open outside of here at 9:30, we've got to be aware, because we definitely could have a gap and go type day where we have a higher probability of trading away from our gap fill. All right. And these 20 points, what time was that? 6:45, I said. So 6:45, right there. Okay, so that's that low. So we can equate those 20 points with this level right here. Okay, VIX starts falling below these, we've got targets below us. Right, so we wouldn't want to step in front of the indices, right, to the short side if the VIX is falling through these lows. All right, so we'll see as we get closer to the open that if the VIX starts this squeeze, and I kind of want to delete this. If the VIX starts this squeeze back into a retest of these highs, then that's what's going to lead us in the direction of the fill. Okay? So that's what we'll watch. We'll watch those lows on the VIX right there. All right? And if we start falling through those lows, obviously then we're going to squeeze higher. This extension long has targets up here. I mean, we got targets up at 68.9. God, that's crazy to say. 68.95. Right? Still crazy to say those numbers on the ES. So any questions? We'll just let these 20 points and that VIX low be our guide. Okay, we'll let that be our guide. Okay? All right. Any questions on before we move on to the other indices, any questions on the gap fill and where we're sitting right now? Anybody want to make sure everybody's dialed in? Everybody good? Okay. All right. Now moving on to the NASDAQ, just a little bit different, not too crazy, but we've got our Mondays, last Monday's highs to highs. Remember we had this little dip into lows here, or this dip into the 61.8, but you know, we don't get excited about that because the VIX didn't break and the VIX leads, right? But then we had our halfway back on the week, not that, our halfway back on the week cold. Okay, on the NASDAQ. See that? So we can use our halfway back on the week here as a support level on the NASDAQ. So we'll let we'll let the VIX and the ES gap fill be our guide for the NASDAQ. Remember, you've got to understand the ES gap fill if you're trading the NASDAQ, and especially in the mornings, okay? Because it 100% affects this just like it does the ES. All right, so if we see the VIX holding those lows, defending those lows, and the ES trading in the direction of the gap fill, then it's going to take the NASDAQ with it. All right, and then once we get to the fill, if we do fill the gap today, I'm looking at this, might be interesting. Let me see something. Yeah, we could trade our overnight lows to highs and still fill that gap. Isn't that interesting? So we'll see. All right. But once we get to this gap fill, we'll have to watch, because if we lift off of that, right, then you're going to see the same thing on the NASDAQ, those overnight. Isn't that interesting? Those overnight lows to highs. Okay. All right. So we'll leave that draw off of there until we fill that gap. Okay. So there's the NASDAQ. All right. Moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now we've got a couple different markets here when we're talking about the YM and the Russells. You're not making up Monday's lows to highs on the ES. No, Monday's lows to highs on the ES broke. That's the thing. The NASDAQ held it, but the ES broke it. See? So the ES broke that draw. This is the draw the NASDAQ held. Right there. But the ES broke it. So that's why I don't have it up there. All right, so this is just a range right now. Right? A little bit different. NASDAQ held that draw. NASDAQ defended that. See what I'm saying, Chris? Got it. Okay. So the YM, little bit different here. All right, there's our Monday's highs to highs. Okay, there's our pullback. All right, just like the others. But if you look on the YM, all right, we had these highs, and then we made a new, this short draw leading us back down. It broke, but then we made a new low. Okay, and that new low defended, went down to targets right there, off our profit target. And then these highs to lows, all right, have been defended. Okay, so kind of interesting here on the YM. So to confirm that extension long, those Monday's highs to highs, we'll want to see that break. Okay, but again, watch bank. The YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks movements. Okay, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks movements. So we'll see when we open up what direction we get moving. Okay, but just kind of interesting here. Not that that's going to hold and start a downtrend or anything, but you know, a little bit different, just a little bit different markets. All right, now same thing with the Russells. All right, we move on to the Russells. All right, there's those Monday's highs to highs. All right, just like everything else under the sun, basically, just all inverse of the VIX. Monday's highs to highs. But then look at the Russells. There's its halfway back on the week right there. Okay, so halfway back on the week short, right there. All right, so that's what we're sitting. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? All right, so let me ask you guys a question. The Russells and the YM are in these potential short setups. Okay. What is going to break these shorts? What's going to break the shorts on the YM and the Russells? Anybody want to take a stab at that? What's going to make these guys break these shorts? Anybody? Dario, bank. Yep. Bank opens up and continues to strengthen. Bank, Boca, got it. Yeah. Bank opens up and strengthens. It's dragging the YM and the Russell straight through these. Yeah, straight through these. Yeah, you're right, Ty. Right? It's just bank direction. Think bank direction, Ty. So bank opens up and rallies. These are going to go through it like butter. Okay, that's how powerful bank is, or how, I should say, how sensitive the YM and the Russells are to bank. Okay, because if it opens up and rallies, they're going through these like butter. They're going to go through them like they're not even there. Okay, but if bank opens up and sells off this morning, then the YM and the Russells are going to fall out of these short setups, back down into support. Okay, so that's why I would say if you're trading the YM and the Russells and you're not using bank, you're just making it too hard on yourself. Right? There's no reason this business is hard enough as it is. You don't want to make it any harder. Right? Learn all the little tips and tricks. Right? Okay, so we'll see where bank opens up and what direction it gets moving. But if bank opens up and starts to rally, remember we've been talking about the Russells for a while? And I'll just take 2 seconds, okay, and go over this real quick. So here's the Russells. It's making new all-time highs, or it has made new all-time highs. But what we notice about the Russells is, I don't know if Ed is on, the Russells loves ranges, okay? For whatever reason, don't ask me why. Okay, the Russells loves ranges. I don't know what got me off on this tangent, but I definitely want you guys to see this. All right, Russells loves ranges. So look at this. We were in this range from January of 21 all the way to January 22, a whole year in that range. Drop down here. We're in this range from June of 22 to November of 23. See a range right there? And then big old rally, right? So we're starting in this range right here. So we know just with the history of the Russells that when we lift off out of these ranges, right? It's a big deal. It's a big move. Okay, so we've made these pullbacks. Maybe zoom in a little bit. Oops, sorry. We've made these pullbacks, right? Okay, range. Now we've made our pullback. So if we lift off out of this, we know that the Russells can run. That's another one. Tamika, Russells can run. There you go. All right. So that's why we're talking about this, because, and if you go back and if you look a layer deeper as to what's really going on. All right. Here's our financials. All right. Look where they are. From this low in April, you catch that one, Tamika? And this low of April of this year, okay, to this high. Now you can draw it to that high or you can draw it to that high. It doesn't really matter. It's just an index. But look where these targets are. Okay, these targets are back at 2024 highs. Okay, so that is a long way, long way. Well, what little dog on a leash is going to follow this? Well, the Russells, right? Russell's the little dog on the leash. So look at all that. This is a weekly chart, guys. Or I'm sorry, this is a daily chart. So you can see we haven't had these highs since 2024. So if we hold this, bank broke out of shorts and we're in these massive longs. If these continue, the little dog on the leash over here is going to run, okay? It's going to take off, right? So there's a lot of opportunity here. There's a lot of potential opportunity on the Russells if this continues. Not that there isn't on all the other indices, but since we know the effect that bank has and how sensitive the Russells is to bank, it could drive us higher for a while. So that's why I talk about that, right? That's why I talk, because that's kind of exciting. Right? That's kind of exciting. Okay. Questions, VIX bank indices before we move forward. Looks like those overnight highs to lows are still trying to hold there. Were we squeezing back up into our 20 points? Let's see. Yeah, we're squeezing back up into our 20 points. We'll see. Okay. Question. VIX bank indices before we move on. Everybody good? Okay. Bitcoin, still in a downtrend, right in a textbook on how technical this thing is. All right. So the larger extension short we're in is from our lows on October 17th to lows. There's our pullback. Right, there's our pullback targets are down here at 75, 323. Traded resistance, broke our opposing move right there. There's our next short setup leading us down. All right, so that's what we're squeezing back into. Okay, that's what we're squeezing back into. These hold, they lead us down into the continuation of the trend down into these 75s. All right, so there's Bitcoin, nothing, just continuing its trend, right? Continuing its trend. Okay. All right. Crude oil, let's take a peek. It's been sucky. Yeah, not any better. Literally, it's just like somebody flipped the off button on crude oil. It's like somebody just flipped a switch and it's turned off. All right. For the next possible support on Bitcoin, we watch in the halfway back and we keep the previous extension draw we had with the 128K target. We're not in longs at all, Dario. We're not in longs at all. Any longs below us, anything below us, our next support is a 33,500. Okay, or September 6th. Okay, 33.5 or September 6th. Any support below us, okay? Right? Any support below us, all right, is going to have to seriously break short setups. We've got time and we've got price, all right? And they both align like they do every cycle. And here we are. So if we see shorts break, right? If we see shorts break, then we can pay attention. But from those April 10th high or that extension, one that traded once, twice, 3 times, could there be support down there? There could be. There absolutely could be. But when you look at, if you understand how this works, and if you look at time and you look at price, we are in our next 70% drawdown, right? right? Here's our last one right here. Okay. That was our last one in 2021. And this is our next one right here. So if we start to break shorts, great, we'll pay attention. But until then, we just want to trade the trend. And the trend is down. All right, because we don't want to get caught up trying to look for support all the way down. Because it'll show it to us, right? Support will show itself by breaking out of short setups. All right, so we'll just stick with the trend until it fails. Yep. All right. 33.5 is a mathematical thing, yeah. Some are saying 34.5, but the math works out to around there, between 34.5 and 33.5. All right. Oh, we got to get moving here. Okay. So there's Bitcoin. All right. Moving on to gold and silver. All right. We looked at crude oil. Here's gold and silver. All right. Gold still in these massive longs. All right. That's drawn from our highs April 21st to our highs on October 21st. All right, that was our second gift. Our first gift was these 31.55s, and this is our next gift right here. All right, and that has targets up here at 46.07. All right, intraday, or not intraday, but on the smaller time frame, there's our new contract lows to highs that we drew up yesterday. Okay, and you can see it ripped away from that. I remember watching this trade last night, and it just ripped away from that. Okay, so we've come back down and we've retested these new contract lows to highs, and we're holding as of right now. Now, there'd be absolutely nothing surprising. It'd be almost more normal for us to make this full pullback, right, from lows to highs. Okay, because we traded support, we broke the short from highs, so we need this pullback. So there'd be nothing surprising about that. Almost be a borderline gift right there if we got back down here. Okay. So we'll see if these end up holding. Great. We can see some pullbacks and lead us higher. If these break, we're just making this larger pullback on gold down to these 4100s. Okay. Trading view slightly different, having the smaller draw. Breaking? Oh, on the kind, probably because they rolled it different. Yeah, they probably rolled it at a different time. I would just draw from the 41, 43, 20s, right? 41, 43, 20 to our highs at 42, 99, 60. Yeah. Yeah, I bet they just rolled it at a different time. All right. So there's gold. Moving on to, they did it, yeah. So 41, 43, 20, 42, 99, 60. Okay, that's what's defending. All right. And then again, if that breaks, we're making this pullback to 4100s. And that would be normal. That'd be 100% normal to make that pullback. Okay. Now, moving on to silver. Highest performing instrument of the year, right? In all of our markets. In all of our markets, silver is #1 on the year. All right, highest performing asset. You believe that? Highest performing asset on the whole year. So we're still in these extension longs from October 16th. Now we're drawing to our original draw here. All right, that was on the 30th, Friday. So that was our original draw. Now, we never quite made it down here. You can draw to this new high. There's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with drawing to that new high because we got front run at this at that 38.2% line right there. All right, right there. Okay. So same as always, we'll see if we break this short setup and then we can draw that long. Haven't quite broken out of that short. We break out of this short, then we can draw our long from lows and buy pullbacks. Okay. All right, so there's the precious metals. All right, there's the precious metals. Gold and silver, or the dollar. Now, this is where DXY can lie. We talk about that, right? DXY can lie. So DXY is in remember this is just an index. That's why it can lie. It's just an index. All right, it's not the dollar. So from our lows on October 17th to highs, we have these pullbacks. Right now, this pullback right here, okay, this was the next in a series of shorts leading us down. Those broke, but the euro didn't. Okay, so we don't really want to draw this lows to highs yet on DXY to look for those dollar strength trades because the euro didn't break this yet, but DXY did. This is what I mean DXY can lie. Okay, so we'll go a little bit out of order here. Let me show you the euro right now and what I'm talking about. So here's that exact inverse on the euro. Oops. All right, right there. Okay, from those lows on the 28th to our highs in the first year. See, this didn't break. On DXY, it did. That's that short that broke on DXY. It's just inverse of this. Okay. So we'll have to watch because if we lift off from here, right, then that's dollar weakness. That means the DXY is going to fall. Okay. So don't get caught up watching DXY because it'll lie. It can be incorrect. Okay. That broke right there. That didn't break right there. Okay, so you can see us lifting off here, right? So that's why I say, if you really want to watch dollar strength and weakness, you don't even just chuck the DXY and just watch the euro. It's a lot easier than flipping back and forth and crap, right? You can just watch the euro. So this is what we're going to watch. Now, before I get into it, let me go to the dollar yen. Now, the dollar yen broke this. It's the next in its series. Okay, so where's that put us? Well, on the larger time frame, we're still in this extension long drawn from August 1st to highs. This lifting off would be dollar strength and put a headwind against the precious metals and to a certain extent the indices. Okay, but what we're going to have to watch out for here is we broke the series of measured moves, right? There's always going to be the opposing halfway back up there. So we'll have to watch, and the euro is going to run into this exact inverse of this. Okay, we're going to have to watch this little battle over the trend here. So if we get up here first and roll over, then we could go from dollar strength to dollar weakness. But if we make our pullback first, we go from dollar weakness to dollar strength. Okay, so that's what we're going to watch as we go into the week. Okay, so the euro is going to have the same thing. There's that pullback we were just talking about. We've got to watch this short from highs. All right, we've got to watch that short from highs. So you can see there'll be a little battle over the trend. Now, when you look at the euro and where it is on its larger time frame, right, we're coming right back up to the top of this range. Okay, so you can see a scenario where we come and we hold this short setup, and that leads us back down to the bottom. All right, but no longs have broken yet. No longs have broken yet. So we'll just keep an eye on this. All right. But this rising dollar weakness, this falling dollar strength. Okay. Squirrel, what's up, buddy? How are you? Squirrel's here. And his moose friends. Squirrel and his moose friends are here. Okay. I was thinking of that thing you sent out, squirrel with the moose shaking its head in the water and big lips and everything flopping all up. Just odd animals. Odd animals. All right, so October 1st, highs to lows. There's your pullback on the British pound. Okay, so this falling, right, dollar strength, this rising dollar weakness. We've got this little pullback right here. Right, that's holding us up. Defended at 61.8. All right, so we'll see. Right, British pound and the euro lift off, dollar weakness. They fall, dollar strength. All right, what do we got? VIX still defending lows. Still defending our 20 points away from the fill. So it looks like, like I said, if the VIX lifts off of here, that'll lead us in the fill. VIX falls through these lows. It's going to lead us right. It's going to be a gap and go type day. All right. Okay. Questions? What do you guys got? Anything you missed? Want to see again? Anybody? Everybody good? All right. Remember, no news today, so we're in the clear. Oh, wait, question? No, Joel, I don't think so. No. Nope, no jolts. Nope, we're in the clear for news. Let me refresh here, make sure I didn't miss anything. Nope. Unless you know something we don't. Squirrel. Okay. All right. All right, have a great day, everybody. Tyler, you got us? Yep. Yeah, they must have. Was that sent out like earlier or like weekend?
Yeah, so every I think it's Sunday evening, Callan sends out. It's under the market movers, and it's the earnings calendar and then the economic calendar. And so the economic calendar that was sent out does show jolts at 10 a.m. But if you're, it's interesting. So
they yanked it. It's not on there now.
Okay. Well, all right. Sounds good. But yeah, guys, we'll be stepping away real quick, and then we'll be right back with Zach. He's gonna be live trading with us today, starting his new small account challenge. So make sure you guys hang out. Stay tuned for that. We will be right back. So don't go anywhere.
All right. Thanks, everybody. See ya.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We are back. We are here with Zach. Zach, how you doing today, my man?
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We got a snowy morning in Pennsylvania. How's New York? Did you guys get
Nice.
hit?
No, no snow. Very cold, but no snow.
No snow. Okay. Well, I know you got started with a new small account challenge yesterday, doing I believe
Hmm.
a 3K to 10K is the goal, and
Yep.
I know you said before we got on that you're looking at a bunch of different things today. So without further ado, why don't you go ahead and dive into what you're watching today and how things are going?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so started yesterday. The goal is to, be swing based, forward swing approach. And I always say if my swings turn into a day trade, so be it. Yesterday, I had a couple things on watch, never pulled the trigger on anything. The only one that like perhaps got a little bit away from me was the Celsius here. It's not a typical setup that I like, but I feel like right now in the markets at times it's okay to be a little bit atypical. But what I was looking at here was a daily 1, 2, 3, and figuring that the weekly here had a failure to go lower, and the monthly here could try to rally back and salvage itself, and so the target essentially would be the daily 20 EMA. And we got a sweep of the previous day lows here, so essentially would have been a failed 1, 2, 3 to the downside, and those failure setups are something that I really like. And I did miss an entry around this area here, but I just said to myself I was going to pass on Celsius. The contracts were a little bit funky, but nonetheless, it did run pretty hard, and I actually full ported this in my GameStop account, and I took
Oh,
over first place
let's
yesterday. So
go. Was that
yeah,
you? Was
so
that you in first place?
oh yeah, oh yeah. So I
Nice.
got $6 off my $1 entry, so 600% return, not too bad.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. So at least I got a piece somehow. But anyway, that was the only one that I really missed, I would say, from yesterday. And then a couple other ones, like maybe you can make the case for, but ultimately, I don't think I missed them too bad. Okay, here we go. So now back to the setups for today. I do have a lot, and I'm kind of anticipating some don't work. It's kind of like all different types of setups here, which is what I wanted. So just starting from the top here, this is a setup that if you know me and you know my rules, especially if any mastermind people are in here, this is a setup that I don't usually take when we have a daily downtrend, weekly downtrend, monthly downtrend like this. However, we've gotten now very, very extended to the downside here on MSTR. And one thing that I do look for, excuse me, when I'm looking for my counter trend trades is mean reversion, meaning when we get very, very extended to one side. So I use the daily EMAs to kind of govern how extended we are. And you can see here the yellow being the 8, the blue being the 20. We have not tagged, at least not even once, the daily 20 EMA since we flipped back to the downside up here. So if you want to call it at this point here, we basically dropped from 330, call it 335 down to 155 without testing the daily 20 EMA. So for me, that shows serious extension. And over 50% drop on a name like this is huge without testing the daily 20 one time. On top of that, we're getting a really, and again, I don't really care about volume too much, but when it kind of adds to the confluence, let's do it, right? So we have a really high volume reversal candle here. And I also don't usually zoom out this far, but we are tagging the quarterly 20 EMA for the first time here, pretty much ever after this breakout. And so this is kind of like my spot where if it's gonna hold, it's gonna hold right here. And initially, I would say we would have to trim at the daily 8 EMA, but if I were to take entry here, I would potentially risk unrealized gains if we do get up to there, if we do get up to 186 for a larger move up to 200 plus. Obviously, MSTR is a Bitcoin related stock. So if we look at Bitcoin itself here, um, I think also Bitcoin is kind of in a make or break spot where we got our rally back to the daily EMAs rejected. Now at this point, if you're a fib person, if you're a market structure person, right, it's all kind of the same. This is the spot that it should hold. If we're going to make a higher low, we sweeped last week's low already. If we're going to make the higher low, it probably comes from here. So if you're trying to make a bullish bet on Bitcoin, this is kind of where you're going to do it from, in my opinion. We got the bounce, we got the pullback. This is the higher low that should hold, right? It's not as easy as trying to snag the bottom every single time. So with that being said, That's kind of the counter trend idea I have here in MSTR. Very atypical for me, but I think the R to R is really good here, especially if Bitcoin does get going. And another thing to add to this, which I don't really love using in my trading because I try to stick to as technical as possible. But I did read that at this point right now, MSTR, based on their market cap, is worth less than the actual Bitcoin holdings that they have. So, with that being said, you kind of have
Mm,
to take your pick. Do
that's
you think
interesting.
MSTR is going to collapse because it's not balanced, or do you think it's very undervalued? Right? Who knows? Right? We've seen like a stock like BMNR get absolutely pummeled despite having a ton of ETH, etc. But if your bet is that MSTR will hold just based off the value alone of what they hold, this is a good spot overall for those fundamental people. Excuse me. So that's kind of my first thing there. Very unusual setup for me, but I think it's really good risk to reward. Next up is MDB. This is a potential post earnings trade. I asked yesterday in the Discord. Um, I said, do we want to potentially take post earnings trades or not? And the reason is sometimes they move quickly. And my number one goal is to make sure everyone can get into the same trades. That's why I'm not doing a 0 day or nothing. So
Okay.
I have two different post earnings trades here. This one may be gapping too far as it's gapping from 328 up to now 403s. However, as long as it gaps above the 4022s, it's still technically valid. We'd be looking for a dip back above the opening print, targeting 416, 428, and then kind of the dream is the 440 gap up here. This is a very large gap, so it may be too far, but it's still going to be on watch anyway. And kind of a similar concept is CRDO also getting a gap to new all-time high. Well, actually, no, MDB, sorry, was not a new all-time high, new 52-week high. This is a new all-time high here for CRDO. And so this is pretty simple for me. I'd be looking for some type of dip back to the previous highs, right back to this pivot level here, and then back above the opening print for a long. This can move 10% intraday after earnings. So let's just say we do open it, call it 199, dip to 191s. It would still have the juice to get up to like 210s potentially from there. So that would be roughly the target, 210, 215-ish or so. All right. For these two setups, MDB and CRDO, I'm going to be a little bit more passive with entry, even if they do work, just for the sake of the small account where I know it's going to be moving fast. So it's going to have to be pretty picture perfect for me to take that. And then here's potentially my favorite setup of the day is ALAB. For my trendline people, this is very, very clean. We've been in a kind of bull flaggy, downtrendy vibe for a couple months now. We tested my target one, which is like the 172, 171 area yesterday. We're now gapping above the previous day high, which is also gapping above this trend line. So if we get some type of dip back above the opening print, we can look to long, targeting 184 and then like this 192-ish, 3-ish, 4-ish area. And this daily should flip if we get a push up. So we kind of have the perfect storm here to get that push. And yesterday, ALAB from the lows to highs moved about $20. So it wouldn't be the craziest thing to actually hit our 194 area today. Not saying it will, but it wouldn't be the craziest. It wouldn't shock me there. So I really like this one. Going to be patient with it. It might be a bit expensive as well, but every kind of confluence is there for me. Looking at the weekly, that would set that weekly buy. The monthly still an inside bar. I'm not as concerned with that because the monthly just started, but really good looking chart in there.
Yeah, getting a nice gap too.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong play for sure. Excuse me. And then we got WDC. This is kind of a funky daily 1, 2, 3, not quite an inside bar, but pretty much just two, similar identical candles there next to each other. So I'd be looking for some type of dip, maybe a gap fill. I'd be pretty aggressive with the entry. So if we were to get down to like 164 to 163s, I would potentially take that there. And my stop would be underneath yesterday low, around 157. So figure entry around 163s. We're risking about $6 to initially make about 8 and then make about 14, 15 or so from there to the new all-time highs. And so that's a pretty simple setup in my opinion. And then the last one I have on the list, which is probably the least likely to set up early, is Ondas. I've been waiting for a re-entry in this name. I now need it back above basically yesterday high. Hourly flip back to the upside, back above yesterday high, I will take a swing, and very simple setup, which would be a daily close under the 20 EMA. It initially shook me out. I was up about 25-30% a couple weeks ago, shook me out, worked. And then I said, I'm waiting for a pullback. I'm not going to take the impulse. We're now getting that pullback, just now being precise with the entry there. So that's another really good looking chart, in my opinion. It may take some more time to set up, but I was saying this yesterday. If we do, for some reason, fail and we don't hold this pullback, what's likely going to happen, in my opinion, with this name, and keep in mind, this name went on a crazy run, right? This name was a penny stock and ran to $10 now, right? So it's already made a huge move. If it doesn't hold here, we got the monthly pullback to the 8 EMA that held with a nice hammer. We got the weekly buy setup potentially setting up here, right? If it doesn't hold, it's likely going to be something like this, in my opinion, where it then becomes range bound for a lot longer, where it's going to need a lot more time to digest, similar to this stock, Open. I mentioned the similarities yesterday, where Open really, it's kind of doing the same type of thing, where it's, just kind of bull flagging, chopping in this big range where it's looked good, then failed, looked bad, then failed, looked good, right? And so it's been doing that for a couple months now. And again, this is another stock that hit around $10 that started down towards, 50 cents or so, 60 cents, just like Honda. So this may take a longer period of consolidation. I remember ASTS did the same thing, right? And this was a huge consolidation. ASTS, right, in the middle of last year was down towards like $1-2. It ran all the way to 30. And then look, basically from, like June, July to, my thing's blocking. Yeah, June, July, basically for a year, it went sideways before eventually, tripling from there. So, kind of similar idea. If it doesn't work right away, that's probably the likely scenario. And that's pretty much all I got as far as the tickers.
Okay, a lot of solid looking names today.
Lot of stuff.
Which that can be for somebody who's newer in the small account challenge, that can be overwhelming to watch a lot of different things. So sometimes you got to pick, your favorite one or two and kind of lock in on them. But Zach will obviously narrate what he's watching and what's looking best to him. Now, are you holding anything? Did you swing anything into today?
No, I got nothing.
Okay.
I got nothing.
Did you take any trades yesterday?
No options, just futures. Futures. Yep. And speaking of that, I can actually hop into kind of the futures thoughts for today now. So if we go to the NASDAQ, the key thing from yesterday is I wanted to see the daily flip and looking at the Qs, especially here. The Qs look like they're going to flip. The NASDAQ's looking good, right? So for me now, all we have to do is hold. There we go. All we have to do is hold. If we can just hold this and don't completely collapse underneath yesterday's low, we're fine. It could easily chop today. So that's why I said in my daily plan that I'd be willing to buy the dips, but I'm hoping to buying the dip in trend above the opening print, above yesterday high. That would make it easy. We have a lot of room to the upside after we kind of clear these few little levels here. So if we can do that, break yesterday high, I think will clear it for us. And then really sky's the limit. We have another 1% plus to go from there. So that's what I'm going to be looking for today is a break above yesterday high, above the opening print, looking to buy in trend on pullbacks. If we don't get that, we could still long, but we have to be a little bit more selective. The long should be shorter lived. Don't look for trending moves just yet. Because again, if we're not above the opening print, not above previous day high, it could easily just be range. So it's kind of the same view for NQ, same view for ES, kind of similar thought process there. As far as the Russell and the Dow, not overly interested in either of them unless they break yesterday high as well. If we can break the highs, then sure, we do have room to the upside. I'm not going to really look here unless we break the highs and or have some relative strength in this name. We could still get moves, right? But when I trade the Russell or the Dow, if I ever do, which I do often, but if I ever do trade them, it's typically because they're showing relative strength or relative weakness to the other markets. If they're not showing relative strength or relative weakness, I'd rather just focus on ES and NQ.
I said that exact same thing yesterday. That's funny.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think the Dow and the Russell typically don't lead, but when they do lead, that's the time to trade them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the last one obviously is gold. Gold I've been trading probably the most the last month. I am someone that likes to scalp a bit more. I don't like to hold for gigantic moves, and gold allows me to do that. Take a couple points here, a couple points there. I don't need 20 point. Obviously I would love it, but I don't need 50, 20 point moves in gold, right? For those unfamiliar, 1 point on a mini is $100, right? Even on a micros is $10, right? So you can get 5 points with 5 micros and have a really good trade. And just looking at the previous bars, we could see that gold can move easily 4 or 5 points in one 5 minute bar, right? So even with 5 micros, that could be a really nice trade. And so the thought process now is a bit different from when I wrote the daily plan about gold. We were underneath the 4240 area, which was underneath yesterday low. And the key thing here is in the overnight session, it looks like we tagged the daily 8 EMA. So my thought initially, obviously before this rally, was do we go down and test it during session right now? Do we test it just via the overnight, or where do we go from here? And now it's definitely looking a bit strong. So I would say I have a level. These aren't the correct levels. I would have a level above like 4260s. If we break above there, which also kind of is nearing that overnight open, if we get above there, we have the potential to push towards yesterday high. And then truthfully above like 4300 or so, 4299, 4295s, basically right around here, we will likely go back to the all-time high. It's just a matter of does it want to chop a little bit before so. And so I'll definitely look for some trades in gold. And just because I'm doing the small account, guys, I'm still going to focus on futures. I've been trading a lot of futures recently. It's been my focus, so just know that.
Okay. And
That's
so
all I
when
got.
you trade futures, is that separate from the small account?
Yeah, that's just a separate prop firm.
All right, everybody, we got let's see, about 13 minutes till market open here. So make sure you are prepared. A lot of things to look at. Trying to decide what.
Yeah, there's.
I wanted to trade options today. I was able to trade a little bit of futures overnight. So I'm kind of hands off on those accounts, looking for some options names, but we'll see.
If I had to make it a list, I would probably say number 1 ALAB, number 2 MSTR, and then MDB, CRDO. Both typically would be very high up on the list, but just because of the small account, like for example, MDB, I know is going to be expensive, and if I take it, I have to get way out the money. And so that's why I still like to share the ideas, share the trades. Because even yesterday, I didn't take Celsius, but a couple people did, and they absolutely banked on it.
Yeah,
so I'm happy that at least they're able to use the daily plan. Yeah. And so even if we don't take MDB, if it does set up, some others will take that, because it fits their account.
Well, it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming out of my 6 names that 2 or 3 won't work, and then we're going to be only forced with 2 or 3. So,
yeah, looking at ALAB, the contract chain is interesting. Like the spreads on something like the 182.5 is like a $2 spread, but then if you go to like the 185, it's only like a 60-cent spread. Very very different, wide ranging spreads on the strikes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's sometimes it's, and that was actually the issue yesterday with Celsius, is that there was only like one strike that kind of made sense as far as the spread. And by the time because at the time I think it was trading around like 41.8s, and it was like the 41 call, so it was already in the money. And by the time I got it up and was looking at it, it was a 35 wide spread or so, so it wasn't terrible, considering it was like a $200, $300 contract.
Yeah.
But by the time I pulled it up, it popped like 1%.
It just let it go. Yeah, that can be tricky. Definitely. Yeah. Definitely something to be aware of if you're new to it.
Absolutely. I would probably be taking like the 190s or 185, depending on the price, for December 19th here for ALAB. probably only like one contract if we're doing the small count, but
Mhm.
you know, we'll see when the time comes.
Yeah, those 0.5 strikes, anything 187.5, 182, they just must have way less liquidity in them.
Yeah, most likely. And I also was saying too, which seems unlikely now, but who knows? I was saying if we did get down to the daily 8 EMA, which is around like 4,200 on GC, I would consider actually a long swing for options in gold because I think that would be a really good pivot low to try to capitalize on. But now at this point, it's 53-ish points to the downside, so I don't know if we get there.
Remember, guys, we do have the Discord Black Friday sale going on. Code BF doing 45% off. So if you've been thinking about joining the Discord, now's a great time to lock that in.
Also, I will say I hurt my back, and so there may be a point where I'm going to be standing and trading. So don't be surprised.
So what he's trying to tell you guys is he's trading on a bunch of muscle relaxers right now. So if you see him drooling,
exactly. You see me fall asleep mid-trade, take your own profit.
How'd you hurt your back?
Playing basketball.
Okay.
I like hyperextended, like tried to do like a move, and I felt it, and I was like, I'll keep playing, and I kept playing. Bad decision.
Oh man, that age starting to show, man. I gotta tell you.
Yeah, I don't have the flexibility like I did. All right. Something about MSTR keeps drawing me there, and I feel like it shouldn't, but the fact that it is really makes me want to take it. I just have this feeling it get to like 200 by the end of the week. Crazy though.
Interesting. I like the point that you made about what they hold in Bitcoin having more value than their current market cap. That definitely makes it interesting.
There's one other stock. I forgot what it was. Was it like B? Is there something? No, it wasn't bets. I forgot what it was. It was some type of crypto stock that like it ran like crazy, and it was like the one time this year that I did take a kind of fundamental play, and I got in around like $40 in shares because I did the math on like what their holdings were. I think it was a Solana company. I forget exactly what it was. It's going to bother me, but basically the point is if the translation between what their holdings was equated to market cap, even it ran from like $5 to 40, but I was like, even at $40, it should still like double from here, and it actually tripled. Forgot the name.
Wow.
I'm not saying that's going to happen with MSTR,
yeah,
but you know, it's at least from what I found, it was like I think the number was like 55 billion, and the market cap was like 42 billion or something like that. So it wasn't like too far off, but nonetheless.
Yeah, even as somebody who trades based off of technicals, if you're trading individual names, I think fundamental knowledge about the company like that definitely is a good catalyst to be aware of.
Exactly.
All right, 6 minutes till market open here. How's you play in like a league or just pick up basketball? Is it like a men's league or?
No, yeah, just pick up. I was debating joining an actual league, but I kind of just like to have the flexibility to just like play when I want.
Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah. It's part of the reason why I haven't gotten back into baseball yet. Any type of league. I just like to do my own thing.
I feel that. That's a problem with playing hockey and trying to do stuff like pickup is you can never find goalies.
Oh yeah.
It's always the problem.
All my buddies, whenever they come home from like their seasons, they play pickup, and that's what they always say.
Yep.
Finding the goalies is the hardest part. And then you find a goalie and they're not good, and then it's just no fun.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. you're like happy for them when you like accidentally shoot the puck off them. They're like, ah, he made a save. Dude. Start to feel bad.
Yeah, like I know, like at one point, my guy was just like, all right, even if these guys don't know what they're doing, we just gotta find the biggest guy and just shove him in there. And just hope
Yeah. Oh, it's not an easy thing to do. I've done it.
Oh no.
Although as a baseball player, I feel like you'd probably have a pretty good glove hand.
Yeah, probably. I do play my fair share of NHL
Oh
26.
yeah, you chill guy.
Oh yeah, big, yeah.
Oh dude, I haven't played in a while, but I feel like I gotta get it just so we can battle it out on stream.
Yeah, I told Connor's played he played 25, but he says he claims he's not that good. I'm like, it's not even about being good. It's just it's
Yeah,
fun,
yeah. Who
relatable.
cares? Yeah, it's about
Yeah.
talking shit and having fun with your boys. What do you play? Does it have to be on a specific system like Xbox or PlayStation or just online? How do you do
I
it?
think it's online because it's through EA. I have Xbox, but I think as long as you just have an EA account, you can invite.
Okay, so if I don't have like the newest Xbox, I could get an EA account and play online and play you.
I think as long as the game's compatible with it, you should be good. Yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll check it out.
I'm not 100% sure, but
Check it out.
all
All right,
right.
guys, we're 4 minutes here, so make sure you're locking in. You have the names on which 3 minutes actually about. You have the names on watch that you want.
I'm gonna just make my chart a little cleaner by getting rid of one of them and putting it on my other screen. WDC, I would say, needs the most, so I'm just gonna get rid of that, put it on my other screen for now. So I would say for me, I'd be looking at ALAB and I'd be looking at MSTR as the two top, and then if we can get it set up in CRDO and or MDB, sure, but I would say probably slim just based on the other factors.
And just from an index perspective here, for me, where currently looks like we're going to open right near the upper levels we have on NQ and ES. The upper level I have on NQ is 25, 511, 50.
Real quick, also, I'm just going to open and close a micro. I don't know if it's going to make a noise. I don't want it to be too loud, so brace yourselves if it's loud. I'm going to open it in 3, 2, 1.
I didn't hear anything.
You in here? Okay, perfect. I didn't want it to like blast through the speaker.
Man, I got I made like a soundboard, so we got some sound effects. I actually don't know if you can hear it, but I think the chat can hear it. But at that moment in time when you were like braced for impact, I wish I had like the Pornhub intro music tuned into it because I would have 100% played it as soon as you said that.
That's funny.
Gotta get some more sound effects going. Get some good ones though.
ALAB's fading a little here, which I don't love. Looked a lot better 4 minutes ago.
Oh wow, yeah. Yeah, it's got the level. It's 175. It is selling into 172.04. It looks like there's a level on ALAB.
Yeah, I don't use the 330 levels personally. I mark them with pivots sometimes, but mostly if they were not filled, and so like that kind of got filled already.
Yeah,
but
that's
either
a pretty
way,
harsh bar though.
Great.
Nasdaq's seen a pretty harsh bar too.
Ooh, yeah, I wasn't even looking at Nasdaq. Okay. All right, so I'm probably gonna have my focus at the bell at with MSTR here.
The queen herself, GME. But... holding up. Sorry.
All right, here we go. Let's go.
And we're off.
All right, so ALAB opened right above. If we can pop above their level. Okay, there we go. So we broke that. Let's just see what these contracts are looking like. Just got a million alerts. The daily will flip here on a push, so the contracts are just expensive, man. Dang. These A-Labs are pricey.
Oh man, that's a nice bounce off that low too. On A-Lab.
The next week 190s aren't bad. I might take a stab. CRDO with a big drop. They're pricey and they're spready. That's the issue here. I'll wait for the 5-minute bar and see. I do like it though. MSTR needs a dip, but I'm still watching that. MDB and CRDO both are potentially working here. This is the entry on it. I think I'm going to have to pass on it though. But especially CRDO looking good.
Watching for a little bit of a potential QQQ long.
A-Lab just ripped. These contracts were too spready.
Tried a little bit of QQQ options.
All right.
Did tomorrow strike 625s. Okay.
Oh yeah, these CRDOs are crazy expensive. Next week 210s are like $900.
I got in those 625s at $80. NQ just popped pre-market highs. Yeah, I avoided A-Lab just because it was a little expensive for me. I did like that setup though.
Yeah, I don't mind it if I can get a 2-minute pullback. I consider it. I'm watching now. Otherwise, I'll just focus on MSTR. CRDO, like I said, looks great. It's just too expensive for the small account. MDB, I already know it's going to be too expensive for the small account. I didn't even look at the strikes there. But MSTR needs a dip. I will take it on a dip, though. Or an hourly flip, one of the two.
ES not matching the NQ strength right now.
Yeah, and the Dow just got whacked as well.
Yeah, I was just looking at that too.
Pretty bad. It's like 150 points. I have the signal typed for A-Lab if it does get the 2-minute pullback.
All right, NQ, QQQ. Let's hold the strength, baby.
A-Lab and MST are both moving.
That's a nice move. I got NQ into an upper level here at 25,556. Next level's at 25,580. And it looks like we're headed there pretty quickly. She's getting real strong. Yeah, I just hit 25,578. My 625 strikes went from 80. They're at 127 now.
Nice.
Hell yeah, keep pumping, baby.
Wow, I didn't see that.
Yeah, she's cooking.
Oh yeah, above this 25,580s. ES needs to break yesterday high, but then it's got room.
Yeah, I'd like ES to join the party here.
Absolutely.
Opening 15-minute bar is about 115 points so far on the NQ.
Oh, yeah. Waiting for 2-minute pullback on A-Lab here. And I'm still stalking MSTR.
Quick 75% on next day cons. Let's see
Nice.
what they can give us. Over this on NQ, it looks like I got all the way up to 778. Double check.
I got, could be wrong, I got 850-ish. Yeah, roughly. I see that 778 though.
Yeah, this so I don't know if you marked those or not. I don't know if you can. I'll pull my chart up real quick, but
yeah, I marked that as like a dotted pivot.
Okay, yeah. So like we had right you obviously can tell where I'm looking, but the hourly closing bar, the previous day, that last half an hour bar closed green, and then we got the gap up that then sold off. So it's like the open price from that day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I marked those with like a dotted line. So for me, it's like be aware of it, but don't necessarily take like an entry off of it.
Gotcha. Yeah, just so you guys can see what I'm referencing, on the left side, move it so you guys can see a little better. But so I use like the hourly pivots, so like red to green candles, green to red candles, and I mark the open pivot here. So I do that intraday here when it goes like red to green. Those become my levels, but then this day is like the end of the candle. Then we got the gap up, so I still consider that gap. I mark that as a level for myself. But then yeah, above that, 850s on NQ.
I'm gonna be aggressive with MSTR if I can get an entry. I want to see a 5-minute 8 EMA tag. I'd be willing to take an entry there and then potentially add to it depending on the price. But I just am not optimistic that A-Lab will give me a pullback. I mean, it could. Never say never, but never.
Russell and YM still weak. ES is trying to catch up a little with the Qs.
That A-Lab 190 call. It was at 5 when I was looking to potentially pull the trigger. Now it's at 6.2. I definitely need a little bit of a pullback there, for sure. can get that pullback, that'd be very solid. Look at that CRDO. That's like, I mean, honestly, CRDO and MDB both picture perfect, you know, dip. Why is it not doing it? There we go. Dip back above the opening print. You take the long as we're getting back above the opening print. Absolutely pushing now here at 212s. Super nice. Basically, came down, tested the previous all-time highs. Awesome. And then same deal, MDB. MDB, not as good because not as much room, but still nonetheless work. Dip back above the opening print, pushing out of 416s. Does still have room if it wants to 428s and beyond. Again, that one which is very expensive. Still stalking ALAB and MSTR, but you know, obviously, nonetheless, very good to see those trades work.
Yeah, ALAB was nice.
Yeah. I still am optimistic on ALAB that we can get an entry. If we can consolidate a little bit around like 177s, 178s, little 2-minute pullback would be fantastic watching that here. And I'm going to be a little bit aggressive with MSTR. It's not my typical setup, but like I said, I just, something about it's drawing me to it. So
12 minutes into the day so far. So plenty of time. No need to rush into anything.
There's MDB pushing. Gold is pushing towards yesterday low. I don't know what contracts yet for MSTR because I don't know exactly when I'm going to get into MSTR. But obviously when I do, I'll let you guys know. For something like ALAB, I kind of know the entry should be around here, so I'll know I'll take that one strike. But I don't know if I'll take the MSTR at 175, at 172s. I don't know when I'll get it. So, but again, obviously sometimes options can move fast, but I don't trade 0 days, so there's not going to be that time sensitivity where you need to get in, you know, within 10, 20 seconds, or else it's already gone. So. This could be the entry.
This QQQ trade, guys, I'm watching NQ. Got above this upper level here at 25, 580, 50s. Would like to see that hold ideally, but if not, we'll be watching 25, 556 for reactions. If we start to give up below that, I would start to consider cutting this. We got a really good entry on this, so we're gonna try to let it run, see what we can get from it.
I'm trying to see if I can get filled on one contract of the next week 195s. I can order at 5.1, so let's see if it gets filled.
That's right, Snipe. You see that? Yeah, we got Willow here. Since we started StockDads TV, she's been at school every day we've streamed, and then she was off yesterday, so because of Thanksgiving, and then they're canceled today for snow day. So she's been she likes to pop in and visit.
I have my order at 5.1 for A Lab. It's not going to probably get filled, unfortunately.
Yeah, A-Lab just trucking.
Ugh, such a bummer. That was my number one for the day.
I don't like how SPY hasn't gotten above yesterday's high yet. Never even tested it.
I'm going to cancel that order for now, guys.
What's up, Big? The Santa hat. I was rocking that yesterday. It's my decoration.
No, it's not.
Do you have any news at 10? Do you know? I didn't even check.
So the thing, according to Aaron, it's not there anymore. Originally, when Colin sent out the market movers stuff on Sunday night, it had jolts, like the job report, coming out at 10. But then when Aaron was doing his morning segment, he said that it was no longer there. So he thinks they must have pulled it for whatever reason.
All right. Still watching A Lab. I don't have an order set anymore, but just too far gone, man. Needs a little bit more. I need to take entry closer to 178, or else it just doesn't make sense.
I need something. I need that Amazon box.
You take a box.
I want that Amazon box. How can I get this Amazon box? That's it.
All right, I'm going to take one contract here, guys, of MSTR. It basically came down and retested opening print and back above the opening print. And or retested 5 minute and back above the opening print. So I took one of the December 19th 200 calls, just one. That's 600.
Okay. It's SPY that's making me concerned about these holding this QQQ trade.
Excuse me.
The Russell and YM saw a little rally back into VWAP, but they're now kind of getting rejections. ES has popped, but then sold off back to its opening print. NQ still holding up all right as of now. The VIX initially pushed down, but starting to move higher. I don't want to get spooked out of this long, but I'm not feeling that warm and fuzzy.
You have next week, next day expiration.
Just next day, yeah. So I still, yeah. If this was 0 day, I probably would have just taken at least some profit here.
Makes sense. I mean, it's kind of like pick your poison. It's NQ is the strongest by far. Does it bring everything up, or does everything
exactly
keep down?
Yeah. Let's see.
I don't want to jinx it, but it seems to me, at least unbiasedly, that we've had the chance to break down, and it probably should have, if not already.
Okay.
That's why I was wondering if there's anything at 10 to spook the
Yeah,
markets.
yeah, I gotcha.
Because I actually am looking for potential NQ long here too.
I was just gonna say this 2-minute flag is actually starting to look kind of nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks really good, right above level. Only problem again is the other indices. But if we can get this 15-minute bar for me, if we can get this 15-minute bar that doesn't get too extended but just kind of holds around here, I think for me that would be great. I still am open to ALAB, but at this point it's a little too far gone. I don't want to FOMO into it because I really like it, but at this point the RDR is not the best.
That's the worst. That bar gave right before open on ALAB. Gave it, made it look a little spooky, and then it moved so quick.
Yeah. Someone just rang my doorbell. 1 second, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Can you hear me? Did I get disconnected? Or are we good?
Nope, you're good. I got you. Harsh in the chat said, "What is the PT for MSTR?"
I think I can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. I have to reconnect. Yeah, lost connection. Somebody
in the chat asked what the price target was on MSTR.
I'm very bad with usernames and Discord names and YouTube names.
Yeah.
But for the sake, because again, we do want to keep these plays as best we can to the Discord, I'm going to tell you to look at the charting channel. Again, I'm not sure if you're in the Discord or not. I apologize. If you're not in the Discord, then, that's more of a reason to join. So I'm not going to share the exact PTs there, but the PTs are very much mapped out there in the Discord, in the charting channel, and in my daily plan. So I'll say reference that. This also was the ALAB pullback, but of course, you got to knock on my door. I have like two kind of entrances, and
yeah,
you're on Discord. Okay, sweet. I got two entrances, and they ring in like the outside doorbell, where all the instructions just say punch the pin pad, leave it at the door. But
oh, well. They still follow instructions.
Yeah. I got a nice different type of Instagram reel I'm dropping later. Hoping people enjoy it.
Okay, something different?
Yeah, something different, something a little different.
Okay. Are you announcing your OnlyFans, Zach?
Shh. Can't say on the stream. No. Oh, see, that would have been the entry there in ALAB, but at this point, if we can consolidate a bit more, allow the 5-minute 8 to catch up, I'll take it. Otherwise, I gotta hold off. The 15 can still be valid on NQ. It just needs this 5-minute bar to hold. If we can get that nice 15-minute 1, 2, 3, ES also, yeah, ES swept the lows there. So if ES can get back above the opening print and start pushing above 68.50s, we got the potential here.
Yeah, ES sold spike below the opening print, but into VWAP. Give it a little bounce of VWAP here. Let's see if it can hold or not.
No free sauce. Yeah, to be truthful, like people ask me like, what are the free resources, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, truthfully, I don't really know many like really good free resources, but if you want, just go through my, Instagram, go through my TikTok. I got tons of, snippets there, but
yeah, I think if you there is good free stuff out there, but sometimes you have to kind of do a little bit of work for it, right? So it's like if you would go back and look at your reels where you talk about all your favorite names and what date did you talk about it, and then you take that back to the chart and you look at the chart and it's like, okay, what was he looking at on the weekly? What was he looking at on the daily? What was he looking at on the smaller? And like you start to sort of break it down backwards like that. You know what I mean? If you're willing to put it, and that's really the type of work. The people that are going to be successful in this are people who are willing to put in that kind of work. But
and I even have like other like things that truthfully probably shouldn't have even been shared. I have like, and again, it's snippets of the bigger picture, but stuff like my post earning strategy, stuff like how to figure out prices of options. Again, it's just pieces of the puzzle. But again, if you're looking for stuff, I feel like a lot of free stuff out there is meant to kind of be a part of a whole where if there's any free content out there, it's not as good. And also for me personally, I always just found, at least for my journey starting out, I tried looking for free stuff. I tried reading stuff, but the problem is trading is so hard, or if I had questions, I couldn't get them answered. So it was either I understood it or didn't. This A-Lab's going to hit 192 today, and I'm going to be a very sad person.
So this is
go
ahead.
I was gonna say, so normally if I'm not trading a small account, if I'm just trading my account, A-Lab is a setup that, because of how, in my opinion, A+ clear cut everything, that's a setup that like I would take at the open, like as soon as I can get in, and just be okay if it fails, because I think it's that high quality where I'd rather get in and maybe lose a little bit more, maybe get theta burnt, etc., than miss it. Because I mean, as you can see right here on my chart, it couldn't have been cleaner, right? It got above the level, retested the 5-minute flip there at the same time the daily chart's flipping, breaking this downtrend for the downtrend people, right? It couldn't have been better, truthfully.
Run through that real quick. Sorry, I had your chart pulled off for a second. But just like how you just showed the different time frames.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, so we were saying the pre-market, we're looking for the gap above level, right? That's the key thing. The gap above level is what's the best. And I said I don't really care where it gapped as long as it gapped above. We got the gap above level, immediately broke the previous day high, meaning it's not going to be in an inside bar. The whole thing for me is I was figuring out a contract that wasn't too spready but not too expensive, which truthfully didn't really exist at the time. But that's something that I'm willing to be very aggressive with, because I'd rather lose a little bit, or maybe the whole trade as a whole, right? Because setups like this clean don't happen often. So my thought process is always, if I'm going to lose a trade, I want it to be something that I have high conviction in. And so I'd rather just take a really aggressive entry in there. And I don't often do this, for those that know me, I don't often trade early on in the day. If I do, it's something that's very high conviction. And you can see right here, obviously it's easier in hindsight, but it's not like I wasn't narrating it.
Well, when you've been doing this for years and you've seen the behavior of certain charts when they set up a certain way, like you've seen this happen so many times that your confidence and conviction in it are high. And that's why it's like, okay, this is a moment or an opportunity where I'm willing to put some risk on right at open, which is something I don't normally do.
And I was looking for an entry potentially around this like 944 area when it kind of came down, tested the 2-minute 8 EMA. But I just didn't get filled. I moved my order a couple times. And for me, I always say if I'm looking to take a trade, if I move my order twice, like that's the max. I'm not going to keep moving. There you go. There's an NQ for you.
Yeah,
Nice.
so I was just gonna say, ES a little bit of weakness was trying to scare me out here, but what I was watching, we had the level rejection. We sold off below the opening print, so it was starting to look a little funky, but we never broke below VWAP. Got the nice bounce off of VWAP here back over the open, and now seeing some nice strength, which then if you look at NQ, a really nice hold of the upper level at 25, 5, 80, 50. So we're pushing new highs here. So I got some nice room above. We'll see if we can continue on my hourly chart here. So we'll see if the market can get a little trendy today. And do your boy a favor. The next day contracts, I got the 625 strikes just hit 115%. So that's a nice move. Nice. 30 minutes in on a next day.
That's a nice move. Doesn't matter.
What 150%. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it's always a nice move, but really nice when you can get it in 30 minutes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We got a great entry on this too, right above the open on this. As we started to break above previous day's highs, is where we caught this NQ entry. The thesis on this was basically, obviously, we were strong coming into today. We opened, spiked into the level at 25.43.75, got back up above our opening print, got back up above previous day's high. This was also, this second dotted line I have on here is from Friday's high after Thanksgiving. So those are the two highs we had. So as we broke back above that on the 2-minute chart is where I took the QQQ entry. So good entry on this. I'm gonna try to hold it as long as we can continue to trend and don't start to sell off pretty violently here.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we can hold above those previous highs, I mean, hoping for you, we don't get too deep of a pullback, but any type of smaller pullback should be viable for sure.
Yeah. And with next days, a lot of times I trade 0 days. I'm happy I went with next days because it makes them a little easier to hold.
I need to get a little stronger with the 0 days motion. I am very weak. I have weak hands, weak brain when it comes to that stuff. I am still watching A-Lab here for a potential entry if it can get down to the 5-minute 8 around 178. I said to myself, I'm not going to take the 2-minute now at this point because the R to R shifted, so I need a 5-minute, which is looking like we may get.
0 TTE on the dark side. Frank said tried to get into A-Lab from the open, and the cons almost had to be bought at the ask, not even the mid. Yeah. When it's moving fast like that, in the spreads, it can be tough because you don't want to get a shitty fill, but it's like he was saying, if the setup's really good, sometimes you just got to be willing to take, take the worst end of that, and then just hope it's going to continue to work in your favor. All right. ES in the previous day's high here, getting a little test above it. Finally.
I'm going to potentially take a stab at A-Lab here. A bit aggressive, but let's see if I can get a fill. All right, did indeed get a fill. 499. Next week, 195 call, one con.
Did put on a little bit of SPY at the VWAP bounce too, so those are moving nice.
Nice. All right, so now I'm in. Got my 2 trades going, 1 con each, and
let's go. I haven't even taken a look at What's it's MSTR?
MSTR has gone pretty much sideways since entry.
Okay.
And then just took A-Lab right now. It's a bit of a harsh bar on that 5 minute, but it could easily pull back deeper. But I don't want to see this 5 minute and not take it. I'd rather hold through some pullback. Because again, we still have room to 184s and tag that. And then big picture is 194s. So I'll kind of see how the cons are moving, see where we're at with the markets to make those decisions. But
Santa getting that Santa rally, baby. Let's go. Pump it up.
GC is about to have that previous day low.
You did you want shorts on GC or did you want to see the previous day low get tagged for longs?
I mean, I was actually just looking off of 4260s was a pretty clean short. I'm actually debating a long here too. It's at previous day low, at hourly 20, at level. It should hold here. I kind of want to, but I don't want to get like too distracted. I may take a couple. Call it 43, 42, stop at like 37. And the RR is not bad. Even the RR, the 10-point stop is not bad. See how this 2 closes and 5 closes. This is the spot that it should bounce though for gold. Try to throw gold on the screen real quick. And it is a little knife catchy, but again, this is the spot. I'm going to wait for a 2 or a 5 close. This kind of 4240s previous day low, like we could be sweeping those previous day lows in the actual session, right?
Mm-hmm.
And actually, this is not the previous day low. Excuse me. This is I guess the overnight session, yeah. And then we have level here at hourly 20. So a lot of confluence for sure. Just a matter of, do we bounce? Wait for this 2. So this 2 is also the 5 close. So I'll wait for that. If I take it, I'll circle back to it on the screens, but put that there. Boom, boom, boom. 2 minutes. Nice.
I keep forgetting to use my sound effects.
I think I'm going to take some here on my normal camera. All right, guys, I took some there at 43. Change. 43 ones. Going to use a 8 point. Oh, where's that previous pivot low? 43's 7-point stop. I'm not going to keep this up because I don't want to have the screen too cluttered while we're in the options because I know not everyone's trading the futures. But so basically it's going to look like this. 43 stops at 36. Boom. Boom. You could probably tighten the stop a little bit, but you know, with gold, I like to go small size, let it ride.
I like that.
Because it should hold here. It could potentially sweep us and then bounce. I don't really want to make it. You could put it underneath this level here for like a 10 point, but then I'd only be able to go like 2 micros. So I like to try to go like 3 or 4 to be able to trim. But there's a little tiny trade in there. I'm going to keep this off my screen, guys. Like I said, I don't want to keep it cluttered, but that's the idea there.
This is something you're taking on your futures prop accounts, not the small account challenge, correct?
Correct. Yep, yep, yep.
Come on, ES, let's break that high.
if we don't hold this level, I would say most likely scenario at that point, we'll probably test 42.32s, but then under that, that opens the door back to the overnight lows, which I'm about to probably get stopped here on this attempt. Yeah, I just got stopped there. It's a small little L. Gave it a go. So now I'm not going to take any longs or shorts. Shorts would be under 42.32s for gold. Okay, we're pulling back on ALAB. I would consider taking one more contract here. I'm going to just watch this reaction on a buy setup.
ES, little rejection of at previous day's high. Now we're testing 68.50 from above. Really like to see that hold. I want to see us come back down into the opening print.
Cool. Oh, my back. Oof.
So when you're balling, what's kind of like your style? You like you a 3-point kind of guy? You driving the lane and dishing? You going Allen Iverson
everything.
with a little bit of the lay-ins? Like you got something you're particularly good at?
I actually, weirdly enough, am a very good passer.
Okay.
And
Steve
so it's
Nash
funny
over here,
because
baby.
they call me Baby Jokic because I just like, I'm not
Baby
like,
Jokic, I love it.
I got a little bit of post moves action because when I was little and I actually played, I was a center. But then I realized if I wanted to play in college, I had to like be a point guard. So I started to work on like dribbling better. And then I got hurt. And then so I had to focus more on baseball then at that point because I had to take a pick. And then I kind of had a little bit of point guardy stuff, a little bit of center stuff. So now when I play pickup, it's a little bit of mosh pit of everything.
Okay, I dig it.
If we get a 5-minute buy here on ALAB, I will add one more contract.
Yeah, ALAB seeing a little pullback. MSTR looking like it's gonna try and make new highs here.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
I don't hate the 2-minute on ESNQ. Oh, are you Long Island or are you in the city?
I was born in Long Island, but now I
Okay.
live in New York City.
Okay, I know you're not a big hockey guy, but did you see the play from I can't think of his name right now, but the dude on the Islanders, he went into the corner and got hurt, and turns out he tore his ACL.
Oh yeah.
But then on the way back to the bench, he like picked the puck off the defenseman and threw the little backhand sauce dish, and picked up an assist on a goal. That was so sick. That's gotta be for me. That's like gotta be one of the top NHL plays of like all time.
Oh yeah.
That was badass.
Ondas here is looking to potentially trigger for me. I have alert set above yesterday high for an entry. And then again, I'm looking for ALAB 5-minute buy setup here. If we get that, I'll take another contract.
Do you have a level
177s.
on ALAB at 175? 175.01?
I don't think so. Okay. Maybe it's a 230. Yeah, that's like a 330 level. Which, like, again, it's a pivot. I just don't have it marked.
Yeah, I'm looking to see where.
Personally, for me, and again, everyone's different. I use less levels because my main focus is on EMAs, and so I used to mark like every 330 level. Now I really only mark them if they're like if there's nothing else there.
Gotcha.
You know, I used to mark every gap up, gap down level that leads to trend bar, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And now I only really mark those if it's the only thing there.
Yeah, those 330 levels. I know. I vote like I've heard the same thing, right, from other people who use the same level system on whether or not to mark those, and I do mark them because I do still see. Maybe it's not the bigger reaction we get there, but I do tend to still see those get some reactions. Which is why I still mark
you
them
absolutely
up here.
You absolutely do. But I just found personally, because again, I am a big EMA guy.
Mm-hmm.
There's MSTR breaking the highs. It's nice. Because I am a big EMA guy, I just found if I have my hourly levels, all my higher time frame, different time frame EMAs, plus the pivots, plus the opens, etc., it was just too much.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just was trying to figure out a way to simplify it. And
gotcha.
By putting less of those,
less clutter on the screen. Yeah.
Exactly. All right, so we're shaping up the way I want. So back above 177s or so, I'll take another contract A-Lab.
Sounded like there was a dump truck outside my window. NQs here, basically gave us 2-minute bull flag. Got the breakout to the upside. We're getting a bit of another 2-minute bull flag here, so it still looks solid for right now. And then ES gave us a nice reaction here. We rejected previous day's high, but then a nice reaction off of 68.50s back into the high here. So let's see if this can break out or not.
So we have about 10 minutes for the 15 and the hourly. Needs back 177. So we have just enough time to make this 5-minute set up a buy for the hourly close plus the 15, which would be great. That would be a 15-minute 1, 2, 3, and potentially an hourly 1, 2, 3. Let's see.
Guys, we have Aaron back on this afternoon for the nooner. And then we have Trading the Game Show coming back this afternoon. I can't remember who is all going to be on for the game show today. But either way, we're going to have some fun with it. Interesting. Williams picked up some more strength than the Russell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big time.
I gotta look into this Chell thing.
Oh yeah.
So when you buy games now, I don't know if you can see behind me, but I got the N64. This is my gaming device.
Okay.
How old are you?
28.
28. So, okay. Have you ever played an N64?
Yes.
Okay.
Not recently, but yes.
Yeah. I was trying to figure out a way. I got to figure out a way I can hook it up where I can connect my screen to the stream with N64. Play a little GoldenEye.
Probably a way.
Yeah, I'm sure there is. I gotta figure it out. But I wanted to do a little bit of GoldenEye. But so our games now, do you just download them as opposed to like buying a disc, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
ESNQ still fighting. I like that reaction. Still sideways here.
For Intel, not sure what that's about. Dang. Okay. 1, 2, 3, not bad.
Okay, baby, we can do it. Someone in the chat said, "What is stop loss for MSTR? Is it still 171.60?"
Indeed. Has not changed.
Let's go, baby. Come on.
There we go. 5 minutes for the hourly close.
Let's close this thing like it's a Hulk hard on, baby.
A lot of names fading, I will say, which is a little odd.
Yeah.
Just looking across the board, like CRDO faded $12 from the highs. Obviously, ALAB, WDC had about a $10 reversal. See some of the more.
Yeah, some Nvidia.
Nvidia,
Let's
Too
see.
bad. Apple's at the highs. That's good.
Nvidia holding up
Tesla.
all right.
Tesla pulled back like 1%.
While
Amazon.
Microsoft's strong.
Yeah, Microsoft's very strong.
Yeah, Apple.
Kind of like a mixed bag.
Yeah. Yeah, some of the bigger names strong, but yeah, definitely a little bit of a mixed bag.
For sure.
This dang previous day high on ES just won't break.
Yeah. Five-minute bar does not look great on ES.
Nope.
We got 2 minutes for the hourly close here. Definitely not a great bar on ES. And Q, not as bad, but still not great at all.
Yeah, not ideal.
RTY actually making new lows on the day here.
YM's back into its opening print.
Yeah. This is kind of the spot it needs to hold. Pretty harsh pullback on ES and Q. RTY making new lows, sweeping the lows. YM opening print. If it doesn't hold here, could get a little bit dicey.
Wow, that 5-minute bar just keeps getting uglier and uglier, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a gross bar, 70 points. ES was about 15 points. Now more, 17, 18. Jeez.
That's just new lows on the day for ES.
Yep. From high day to low day in one bar.
That is not a Hulk looking hard on.
No, that is not an ideal bar for sure.
I guess it is if you talk the Captain America one. I think he's Hulk's red in that one. Yeah, VIX went low a day, high a day as well.
Pretty clear pivot though for me for the ad above 176.8 is the ad on A-Lab now, so that's fine. As long as it holds here, we're fine. All right, so that's the hourly close right there.
NQ quickly reclaims 580s here. That makes me feel better.
Yeah, it could be valid there. If so. A-Lab pulled back all the way to the opening print. Still waiting to add. Again, I don't want to add into weakness now. I want to add back into strength, even if I got to pay more. Obviously, harsh bar by the indices did not help us. 100-point drop in about 5 minutes or 8 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
I am slightly afraid of ES wanting the gap fill.
Yeah. Yeah, ES actually closed with an inverted red hammer on that hourly bar.
Yeah, definitely not ideal.
Not a good looking bar.
Yeah.
Now, we
Now
can
it
get an
makes me
hourly
believe.
failure to go lower, that would be.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking now. We kind of already have the bottom in place, but we need a lot more work to do now.
Mm-hmm.
It probably consolidates for a bit, maybe does peak a little bit lower first.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not what you want to see, especially, with the RTY and the Dow. RTY didn't make new highs, lower high. The Dow did make a new high and then fell. So both not great. Also, guys, one thing I do want to say for those either following my trades for the first time or the small account or whatever, I know a lot of people, especially within the StockDads Discord, which is fine. There's a bunch of different ways to trade, right? Nothing wrong with it. They trade a lot of 0-day expiration. So one thing I do want to tell you guys and urge you guys to think about. And again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm never one to hold a losing trade because I'm, an egomaniac. But and I don't want to say every time, but with 0-day, for the most part, if you're red for a little bit, you're usually wrong, right? With swing trading, you can be red for days and still be fine. The trade gets invalidated based on the higher time frames. And so, like for me, like I said, if we get weak closes underneath 172s based on the higher time frames, right? Not like a 2-minute bar, not a 5-minute bar, I'll exit, right? For A-Lab, for example. However, we could be in drawdown for 10 minutes, for an hour, for a day, right? As long as the trade remains valid, I will continue to hold. And so I know some people get like a little nervous because they have like a 0-day mentality, which again is fine. That's why we're trying to shift that a little bit. And so just to realize that drawdown, again, is not ideal. No one likes to be in drawdown, but it doesn't necessarily mean you're wrong just because you're red. But if I am wrong, I'm the first one to get out of the way and admit that I'm wrong and move to the next trade. MSTR will likely be swung either way as long as stop doesn't get hit. I do want to try for the bigger move in here. So again, it is some added risk, but dang, that WDC with not only a full reversal, but that's a gnarly bar. It nearly hit target. Target was like 171. We hit 170s, and now reversing down towards yesterday low here. Obviously, the indices are not.
Reminder, guys, we do have the Black Friday sale going on for the Discord. Code BF. If you guys have been interested in checking out the Discord, now's a great time to lock in that price. All right, come on. Let's hang on here. Bull season is back in session. I'm watching very closely for my options trades here. I'd like to see us hold right around here. If we start to break down, I'll go flat.
We just actually, I think, no, we actually didn't. We were very close to the overnight lows in GC. We were off by like a point. A-Lab back to level here. Definitely want to see a bounce from here. If we had like a larger account, aka normal account, this is a good spot to also add if you wanted, kind of sweeping the lows here. I mean, not yet. We need to wait for confirmation on this 15 close, but if this 15 candle closes stronger with a nice hammer back above the opening print, you can consider taking an ad there. I, though, want to see it back into strength for A-Lab to kind of signify that we put in a higher low or a pivot low or failure to lower of some sort. ES at open print, so we gotta hopefully break through that.
Yeah, guys, just to kind of let you in on my thinking a little bit on this. Still holding. So NQ, we reclaimed the upper level at 25 580s, which is good. And when you look at it on a 15-minute chart, obviously a bit of a bigger pullback, but on a 15-minute chart, it's just, a 1 bar pullback, especially if this 15-minute is able to close as a green hammer. So 15 minutes looks pretty good. The hourly looks okay on NQ here. And then if you take a look at ES, 1 second, buddy. This hourly here, we put it in hourly sell setup. And if we can fail this hourly sell setup, which is fail the gap fill, and then we're able to rally back up above previous day's high, above this hourly high here, like that, I think that hourly failed sell, failure to go lower, call it, can lead us to push higher here. So we'll see. This bounce looks good so far. We'll see if it can get any follow through or not. But the way it's setting up, I think it has some potential still.
Dad,
What's up, buddy?
after you learn, can you go outside and make a snowman?
Yes, we can definitely go outside and make a snowman.
Yay!
I want to make a snowman.
I need to say that.
What, you want to take the Santa hat? Not only are we going to make a snowman, we're going to have a snowball fight.
Oh yeah. And what about your Santa hat go be on the top of the snowman?
We're going to put the Santa hat on top of the snowman?
Mhm.
All right, I
That's
like
what
it. We can do it. Do you want to build a snowman? All right, that bounce is starting to look pretty strong here on the Qs.
Dow, nice bounce too. Wow.
Mm-hmm. VIX, nice rejection. Now let's see.
When it looks good, you got a short. When it looks bad, you got a long.
Yeah, that's right. That's really it, right? That's the
Yes.
key.
I am going to stand for 2 minutes or so. Oh, gotta stretch the legs.
One of these days I want to get one of those desks that's like you can raise it and lower it so you can switch.
I know. I actually need that.
That would be fun. I was working at a marketing agency that just got built, and they put them in. They're super sick.
Nice.
All right, baby, let's go. Come on. Looking pretty good.
Nice hammer forming on A-Lab. Again, this is the spot in theory if you are not in a large position in like a normal account, I would consider adding from. But again, for me, most confirmation comes into strength, so I'll wait for that still. Is this the first ever standing appearance on StockDads
Yeah,
TV?
dude, it is. I like the hands on the hips too. It's like it gives dad vibes, It's like got the.
It's mostly like me trying to keep myself upright, to be honest with you. I was literally walking to the gym the other day like this, hunchback over.
Yo, let's go. Listen, guys. He's got a bad back, and he's still showing up to the gym. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I just walked on the treadmill. Normally, like if I do like an incline walk, my mile pace is like, I don't know, 17 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I think my mile pace was like 29. It was bad. I was waddling like a penguin.
That's funny. So I'm looking at this. In order to do it, to play, I gotta get an EA Game Pass, and I can play via like the Xbox Cloud. And it looks like the Game Pass is only $9.99 a month. It looks like.
Yeah, it's pretty cheap. Yeah.
And then I'm assuming that you just have to pay to download the game. Are they still like $50 or what are games?
I don't know exactly the price. It might differ on each console. I think for me it was like $60.
Okay. We're gonna make I'm gonna make DJ buy it. I'm like, hey DJ, you gotta buy me NHL 25 for stream purposes.
Yeah. All right, we get some water. Actually, got water here. Never mind, we're good.
Yo, they got an NHL 25 versus PWHL, so you can do like men's NHL versus women's NHL. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Not on that dinosaur. All right, that 15-minute close is pretty dang nice. Yes, or NQ looks a lot more just like a 15-minute pullback.
Yeah. Very harsh, but
Yeah, a big
nonetheless
one.
held well.
Yeah. Last Christmas, I gave you my heart. The bounce on ES getting a little leading the charge a little bit. Just made new highs on the day. NQ not
Oh,
quite
yeah.
yet. YM's making new highs.
Very nice.
Man, if I had 0Ds, those things probably would have been cooked. The Qs are
Oh,
back
yeah.
at 95% here. The 1 days held up way better. Yes, let's go. I just saw the Discord thing. I love it. We might have to recruit one more, do a little 2v2 action.
Yeah, I'm down. I almost took an NQ long on the 2-minute flip and buy sit up there. I just hesitated. It
Yeah.
was like 30 points.
The little 2-minute right at 25, 556. I don't know where.
If we can hold this high a day and then break above, for ES and hold above, I should say, we have the potential for a lot more juice.
Mm-hmm.
Because yesterday, despite the rally, was the pullback also. We did pull back a decent amount from the highs.
Give us the juice.
From NQ overnight highs, 25, roughly 25,540 to the lows around 25,200. So pulled back 1%.
Let's go, baby. Q's making new highs. That guy's coming home in a body bag. Look at Callan talking shit. Oh, that's a $5 in the jar, baby. Thanks, Callan. Let's juice this bad boy up.
So we just broke the last hour highs. So, for me, we have everything we need for the trend day.
Yeah, that the ES hourly is looking like a nice failed sell.
Mm-hmm.
Failure to go lower.
Yep.
Let's squeeze it, baby.
I would love it.
I took this on the Qs, not NQ, but futures wise, we've caught about 160 points so far.
Let's go.
Let's make it a banger.
I mean, to your little pivot-ish area, it got at least 100 points. To the more sturdy level, it's 200 plus. So
Yeah.
we got, we have room. If we're looking at QQQ, main resistance is like 626, 627s. So that's another $3 or so.
Yeah, I'm holding the 625, so that sounds it sounds good to me. If we would get there, that would be freaking awesome. We'll see here, though. Don't want to get too married to it. I'm gonna step away real quick just to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
For it. I would love to see NQ consolidate here. Let me put my camera back there, by the way. If NQ can consolidate here for a little, that would look great. A-Lab still needs to get going here at that 15. NQ reversing a little bit here, which is not ideal. Same with ES. Definitely not ideal. We are now at the daily 8 EMA for GC. Believe it or not, we made it all the way down. Didn't think we were gonna, to be honest with you. Did not think so. We did.
He's back. Guess who's back? Back again.
I was just saying, I don't know if you heard me, but we did actually make it all the way down to that daily 8 EMA on gold.
Oh yeah.
So
Are
60
you
point fade from the highs.
are you putting it back on watch now or no?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to take it though for a swing, just because I do still have MSTR, I do still have ALAB, but this is the spot that I was watching for sure. I did say, I mean, underneath that 42.32s, you probably get down to the daily 8. It's pretty much a straight shot down.
Only $39.99 a year for the EA Play. That's not bad. I don't know if it's true, but it says the NHL is included with the gameplay subscription.
Could be. Not 100% sure though. Check this out. This little GLD action. Yeah, pretty gnarly bar.
Nice to see this 5-minute on ALAB. Put in a 5-minute hammer here that holds this level.
Yeah, we swept those lows. I'll get real excited above 177s. Until then, just kind of
Yeah.
limit expectations, but it's still valid for now.
Ooh, just letting them work, baby. Let's keep working.
Oh, yeah.
Indexes. Chat for the trading game show we do. If we made it a little bit longer, and then we invited viewers on to compete, would anybody be interested in coming on and competing and trading the game show?
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah, I think it'd be fun to bring some of the Discord members or whoever on, spice it up a little bit. Somebody chirping Amar in the chat. Deleted it. All right, baby, let's get jiggy with it. Let's get jiggy with it.
Retested that 5-minute 8 really nicely on ES and Q. Oh. It's like every 5-minute bar is getting failure to go lower on A-Lab and then going lower. Failure to go lower, going lower.
Yeah.
Needs to stick. 74 eights now. MSTR is just chopping, which I kind of figured it was. The main thing here, well, I took the entry off the first 5-minute 8, but the main thing here is that the hourly now is trying to flip. Again, I was taking aggressive entry and I knew that. We're also at the daily 8, roughly speaking, above, below, kind of trickling beneath and above it, right? But for this, I need to, or I don't need it, but I would really, really like a strong daily close above the daily 8, because for me, that would give me the confirmation we can actually push higher. And then the big thing is we swept underneath last week low. We break above last week high, which is like 187s, right near that level, like 186s, and then that's what gives us the potential to get that expand and move up towards 200 plus, or whatever the daily 20 is. So we'll see. Tyler, do you ever swing trade at all or not really?
Yeah. I will. A lot of times, if I do, it'll be like a day trade that I think has potential to
Makes sense.
work as a swing trade, and it's like I'll just keep a runner, and like it'll be a trade I take on Monday or Tuesday, and I'll hold it into Thursday or Friday. But there have been times, like there are occasionally, if the chart looks really good, one of my in terms of like a percentage wise, I think it was JPM maybe. I think that's what it was, a banking name or something. But it had been consolidating for weeks and weeks and weeks. I think it was like almost like a year or two of consolidating, and it just looked ready, like it was ready to break out, and it broke out. The cons went like over 3,000% and stuff. So I enjoy swing trading. It just and I did some swing trading earlier this year with a small account that I grew really nicely as well.
Mm-hmm.
Until I decided to blow it up on Coinbase earnings.
Good.
but yeah, I do like to swing occasionally.
Mm-hmm. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times, especially even like recently with index and stuff, a lot of times the market makes those moves overnight. So I think it's nice to have a little risk on overnight.
Yeah.
I want to start getting into more longer dated swings. Like anything I always do is like a couple days.
Yeah.
But that's just because I'm never trading with like a real large account, and you start getting further out. You know what I mean? Cons just start getting more expensive. It gets so you don't have a decent size account. Yeah.
But also what you got to realize too, which is like kind of the way to manipulate that, is that if you do buy a lot of time and you do buy a decent strike, if you're wrong and the trade starts going against you, you're not going to lose as much as you may normally.
For sure.
Yeah. So like for me, my focus is more swing trade based, because I just felt I was spending too much time. Oh, there's ONS breaking yesterday high. Speaking of that swing trade potential, I feel like I was just spending too much time at the charts when like my goal was to have time in my day.
Yeah.
And so to kind of focus on the bigger picture and not have to watch every single candle, you know,
Mhm.
that kind of for me was what was most important, you know.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think we all get into trading because we want like time freedom. Obviously, we want to make money, but then we want time
Yeah.
freedom too. And then so many of us sit here and watch the 1 and 2 and 5 minute chart all day.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why it's like for me, you know, before, I mean, again, it's different now, but like before I was signaling in a Discord and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
I would, you know, just like have my chart pulled next to me and I know, okay, like no 5 minute or 15-minute candle would like crush me,
Mm-hmm.
you know. And so now, you know, even if I'm in a longer dated swing, I check more often because, you know, I need to make sure that the signal is fine because other people are following and stuff, etc. But the bigger picture idea still is to spend less time looking at the charts, more time doing what you want to do.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And so like my main focus, especially moving into 2026, is going to be really focus on those either post earnings trades or the dated swings for, you know, my options. Kind of know in between, know real, this looks good for a day trade for an option, regular option, or just day trade futures. I think the scalability in futures is really, really immense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for me, the way I look at it is my ultimate goal is to kind of build up to where it's like, if I'm trading futures, I'd probably mostly utilize props instead of cash accounts, and where you're kind of spreading it among a bunch of different firms with, you know, hopefully multiple funded accounts with different firms, and that way you're not like putting all your eggs in any one account's basket. You can kind of use those to sort of scalp and you know, take your daily base hits, and then continue to trade options, but move into more of you know, short and long term swings in options. I think is you can that's the perfect setup where it's like, okay, nothing, it doesn't ever have to stretch you out. You don't have to oversize. You got things spread out in different accounts. It's not all in one basket.
Exactly. That's kind of my thought process with futures as well. It's just to try to get, you know, as much allocation as you can, right? As many firms, spread it out. Sometimes it can be a little overwhelming because I personally don't use a trade copier that copies every single firm, every single account, just because I think there's more harm than good that can be done there. Even with like Apex, you know, with 20 accounts, I don't trade them all at the same time.
Okay.
Just because, again, kind of the same idea.
Yeah, if you're someone who's susceptible to go on tilt, like if going on tilt is one of your problems, and essentially just like being able to control your emotions and your frustrations when you're trading, if you're someone who can do really well, and then when the frustrating stuff starts to happen, like that's when you blow it up. Like I do not think you should be copy trading accounts, and I am definitely someone who is susceptible to go on tilt. So like I think just leaving them spread out, look for, you know, use them to just take some base hits across and whatever. You can manage them differently, however you want to do it. You know what I mean? But
yeah, and I think even so with futures especially, I think it's very, very easy and possible, because I've done it many times, to just have like human error, right? Just like click the wrong button,
like,
leave an order
NQ,
open.
you take 5 NQ instead of 5 MNQ.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know?
It's so easy just to nuke it. So
have you ever done that? And then like the immediate thought with like human nature is like, oh, maybe I should hold it and see if it works instead of just exit immediately.
Oh yeah. Market getting a pretty harsh pullback. A-Lab's also pulling back to the hourly 8 here, which is definitely not the best. Really harsh bar across the board on a bunch of names.
YM actually held up the best across the indexes.
Yeah. Jeez, what's a really harsh bar? Look at that. I consider a long if we get down to the hourly 20 to buy the dip. I may take one more here. Some really harsh selling.
Okay, just gonna turn into a volatile range day. Nice move up. Quickly erase it. Back to highs. Nice move up.
may take 2 more A labs here to average. This is a really harsh sell bar. I think it's a little over exaggerated considering the market. We've already now chopped off $20 from the highs. It's a really crazy bar. Jeez, look, that's a $10 drop, $12 drop.
Nvidia sell back into its opening print. Apple holding up.
Yeah, I'm probably going to look to add 2 more guys here. The stop from here is tight. See what my fill would be. Yeah, fill at 175. 2 more.
Well, that is annoying.
Yeah, that's like it almost feels like a news bar there on A-Lab.
Donnie, somebody take him off of Twitter.
Did he say something?
I don't know. I'm going to look right now.
It like almost feels like it.
Fuck me.
I mean, that was a $14 drop in A-Lab in 10 minutes. From high of day now to low of day, down $23. Pretty nutty.
Well, that looks ugly. I'm considering. I'm getting ready to maybe go flat here. I'm gonna give it a little bit. That sent me pretty much back to break even on the day. Had that 15-minute pullback buy setup that triggered, and we just completely erased it with that 15-minute bar.
Yeah, this is looking real ugly now. Well, I thought I was getting a good pullback on A-Lab at 175. If you like A-Lab at 175, you gotta love it at 160. I mean, that's a move.
That ES hourly bar looks so shitty now. I'm not totally convinced we continue to sell off, but I'm definitely leaning towards more of we're just gonna range.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you can say, which I don't know if that does anything for you, is that RTY didn't make a new low, and the Dow's just putting in like a higher low.
I know. That's what I'm looking at. And VIX didn't break to new highs. Now, if VIX starts
No.
breaking to new highs, and RTY, YM start to roll over here, so I'm giving it just a little bit. Because if we are going to kind of range, well, we're kind of just near the lows of the range again here. So maybe we rally back up to the highs. So
Yeah. It is very strange though. A lot of names sold off very harsh. I mean, at least some that I'm watching, like CRDO, A-Lab, MDB, while the markets themselves didn't really.
Yeah, there's some individual names that are so like Apple's holding up well.
Yeah, strange.
Microsoft is holding up really well. Intel is really strong still. But then NVIDIA, semiconductors are starting to roll over a bit. It wasn't Donnie on the mic. Yeah, ES acting like that crazy bipolar X of yours, Frank.
A lot of names got hit. SYM Symbiotic down 16%.
Oh, really? It was up. I think it was up really big yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of names getting hit, or reversing. I'm looking at my watch list now. SNDK down 6.5%. EOS down 4%.
Wow, that is a harsh sell-off for SYM after a huge gap and go.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 11:20. We're going to be on for about another 10 minutes or so. And then we got Aaron coming back for the nooner. We'll be on at 12. And then we'll wrap up this afternoon with Trading the Game Show. And if you are somebody who wants to compete in Trading the Game Show, we're make a few adjustments here, but if you're somebody who would like to compete, reach out. Either in Discord, you can tag me, or you can DM me StockDads TV, or at my personal account, Risk Life News. One of those days that gave me vibes that it was gonna go really smoothly,
Yeah.
and then got pretty annoying pretty quick.
Yep. And now the problem is, if we do make new highs, it's like I don't know if I can trust it for trends. So now for me,
I agree.
I mean, I'm more so scalpy based anyway, but I'm gonna be less willing to hold longer if I think a trend is there.
Yeah, today was giving me signs that we could see a trend, so I wanted to try to hold for the bigger move. But now, based on this action, if we do get back to the highs, I'm with you. I don't really trust it. I would be just looking to probably take my exit, which sucks because now it's just like you're just hoping to get back to where you were, which is never
exactly. Russell new lows on the day. It's a nasty looking daily bar. Really nasty. Yes, there you go. New lows. Not quite, actually. About a tick or two away.
Yeah, NQ just underneath its opening print.
Yeah.
It looks like all the individual names are starting to roll over here now.
Yeah. NQ about to make new lows. ES looks like it wants that gap fill. Oh, it pretty much did.
Yeah, almost, yeah.
Look over for a second. We drop another 10 points or 7 points. Yeah, never fun if you're on the wrong side of a 200-point move. Russell about to be at yesterday low. Excuse me, yesterday low. Take away. There's NQ new low and the ES gap fill.
Yep. Well. We had 100% move, but then we just blew it up.
Hourly close coming here in 5.
And that ES bar triggers an hourly sell.
RTY just swept yesterday low as well.
Erases it to fail and then just immediately harshly sells off. That's some.
And Q has still about 70-ish points for gap fill if it wants. Super nasty action, though. I mean, today, high to get, or high day, low today again in like 20 minutes. Not even.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 20 actually.
Yeah, trapped both sides today, I think.
Yeah, definitely tricky.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless if he came out on top or didn't or whatever, definitely a tricky day. The key thing about today, I feel, is that we did have moves up, and I mean, now we're getting moved down, but we never had a trend. There's no established trend. And that was because we didn't quite get confirmation about the previous day high. We tried, if we broke those previous highs and we held that pullback, that could be the trend.
Mm-hmm.
But we unfortunately did not.
Yeah, and NQ tried to us, but didn't get the love across the board for sure.
No.
All right, well, we were holding, or I was holding some bangers at least, but not anymore. We're gonna wrap it up for today's live session right now. We're gonna step away real quick, and then market is dying on us now. We'll see. We'll see if it continues to sell off throughout the day, or because NQ's still at an interesting spot here, where it's just sold off underneath previous day's lows, into a support level from yesterday. We'll see if it ends up holding up and continues to sort of give us the range action, or if we start to get real ugly here and sell off the rest of the afternoon. We'll see. But for right now, we're going to step away, grab a little lunch break, and then Aaron will be back at 12 with the nooner. And then after that, we'll follow back up with trading the game show. So don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
We'll be right back. Zach, thanks for hanging out with us today.
Of course. Have a good one, guys. And as always, for those in the Discord, I'll update the trades when need be. Have a good rest of the day, guys.
All right. See you soon, everybody.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? Who we got? Say hello if you're here. We got a lot going on here today, guys. Believe it or not, it doesn't seem like it, but we do. All right. You guys hear me okay? Hello, hello. $34 in the swear jar. People have been minding their P's and Q's, huh? All right, hello, hello. Who's out there? Hello, anybody? There we go. All right, what's up, everybody? All right, Peter, what's up? Lomanko, Miss Tomika, what's up? What's up? Mr. McQuill, hello. We'll give everybody about another minute or so. What's up, Omar? How we doing? Got a lot going on here. This is real. What's going on today, guys, and this week is really going to tell us about if we're going to be having a Santa Claus rally or not going into the rest of the year. If we're going to build a big old sneaky snake chop around up here at Highs. Mr. McQuill is Mary Rose. Hi, Mary Rose. How are you? Miss Mary Rose is on. Are you still overseas, Mary Rose? I don't know if you're back yet. If you are back, I bet you're going to get some snow if you haven't gotten some snow already. All right. Got home last night. Wow, gotcha. All right. Okay. All right. Well, let's get started, guys. Now, first and foremost, at 2 o'clock today, President Trump is speaking, okay? And he's expected to announce our new Fed chairman, all right, Kevin Bissett. And this could be, now we'll let Price tell us everything we need to know, but this could be very bullish for our markets, meaning he's a dove, okay? Which is obviously what this administration wants, except as we all know, the FOMC has nothing to do with the government. They are an independent entity, right? I say that obviously tongue in cheek, but 2 o'clock, really watch out. Probably not the best time to be putting on brand new positions, okay? Because this could be very volatile. All right, and remember, our FOMC meeting is next week. All right. Now Powell's still running the show unless he, pieces out. But that's what the TV says, so it's true, right? All right. So we'll see, but that could definitely bring us some volatility. So be careful around 2 o'clock. Okay. All right. So let's get to it now. Here's where we are. Here's the VIX, okay? This is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index, all right? This is the leading indicator for our U.S. indices. Well, we're still in these extension shorts, okay? The VIX is in shorts, no doubt about it, all right? From our Monday's lows to lows, all right? And the indices are inverse of this, all right? So there's our Monday's lows to lows right there. Now, all we've done today, all right, came back down to lows, and then we held this short. Okay, this was our 745. This is the one we're nervous about drawing up because we dipped into these lows, and this could be the middle of the range. Well, the middle of the range held. All right, so we've got targets down here at 1770 and 1765. All right, the one thing we've got to watch here, and this is what makes me a little bit nervous. All right, coming out of these lows, we've got to watch this. All right, we've got to watch this. See, we haven't officially broken it yet. Okay, this long from lows could lead us right back into highs. All right, and the indices would make pullbacks. Okay, so we definitely need to be aware of that. All right, be aware of that, squeezing back into these highs. Now, for the VIX to break trend, it's got to go all the way up here and break these 16, 20, 25s. It'd have to go all the way up here and break these 1925s. So a lot has to happen for the trend to change. But our intermediate here, we really got to watch us squeezing off of these lows back into this high. Okay, so we could just chop around in a big range right here. The indices are in ranges. Okay, the indices are in ranges. So that's where we're sitting right now. We're not really trending, but we will see, especially with that 2 p.m. with President Trump speaking at 2 p.m. All right. So that's where we're kind of stuck right in the middle here. And I'll show you on the indices, they traded almost to the bottom of their range right there, right at 1130. Okay. So that's where we're sitting. We're still in shorts. We're still in this worker bee move, leading us down to these larger 1765 targets. Okay. I would imagine Wall Street's going to chill for a bit until we get that news that comes out at 2 o'clock. All right. Okay. Any questions? Any questions on the VIX before we move forward? Everybody good? Not a whole lot to do right here. Everybody good? Everybody good? Okay. All right. So moving on to our financials. Now, bank, these are the financials in our markets. When this is going up, is just an index. When this is going up, that's a bullish environment for the indices. When it's going down, I wouldn't say it's a bearish environment, but it's difficult for the indices to go up. Okay. So we traded, and it's just an index, right? Like I said, so it doesn't have to be perfect. But our halfway back on the week from Monday's lows to highs was down here. Now those targets are up here. Okay. So what we're watching are just our next lows to highs inside of that. Oops. Okay. So we'll see if that holds. If that doesn't, then we're falling back down to the bottom of the range. And that's going to be a negative environment for the indices. We hold these and lift off, positive environment. All right. So we had a nice little run, obviously, this morning, and that gave the indices a nice little boost. Then the indices ran into the top of their range. VIX ran into the bottom of the range, and bank ran into the top of its range. Okay, so see how that is coordinating together? Bank, top of the range, VIX, bottom of the range. All right, it makes it tough for the indices. Okay, so we'll see going into the afternoon where we go here. All right, so on to the ES. Now the ES is it's just inverse of the VIX, right? Monday's highs to highs. From our 67.31.75 up here to our 68.64.50. And we were talking about this morning, we could very well just build a big old sneaky snake up here on top of this extension. That's where we get these, right? Big sideways price action in a range. All right, and that's all we've done this morning, right? We had a nice squeeze into the top of this range as the VIX fell down to the bottom of its range. It lifted off the bottom of its range, and there go the indices down, filled the gap, right? And we're coming, I just have this marked as the bottom of the range. So we're right smack in the middle right here. This is where rattlesnakes hang out, right? Dangerous, 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 dangerous in the middle of ranges. All right, so not a whole lot to do here, right? But if we see the VIX start lifting off and squeezing back into these highs, right, then the indices are going to fall, okay, until the VIX finds support or finds resistance and the indices find support. Okay, so gap fill this morning, we opened within our 20 points. It wasn't the easiest gap fill at all, but we opened within our 20 points, okay, which gives us about a 70% chance of this gap filling. And we had to squeeze out all these, shorts. And then finally, once the VIX hit support, bounce, fill the gap. Okay, so we even filled the half, bounced back up, came all the way down and filled the full. So we filled the gap. The gap's done. But you can see this is just, you can trade the extremes, right? We'll see if we get a dip into lows maybe. But the middle of this thing, nothing's holding. All right, we're not trending. It's just sideways. All right, just great big range. All right, so we'll see. Hopefully that 2 o'clock news will get us moving out of this thing, hopefully to the upside. Because we do have targets up at 68.95. Okay. All right, so there's the ES. The NASDAQ's just a little bit different. All right, the NASDAQ, there's its Monday's highs to highs, right? It didn't officially hit this target. All right, if it officially hit this target, we'd be drawing same anchor, new high, but we didn't quite get there. Didn't quite get there. So we're still using, remember the NASDAQ was a little bit more bullish than the ES was, believe it or not. We had our halfway back on the week, right? That's from Monday at 12:30 a.m. Eastern. There was our halfway back on the week. We did hit that target. So just same anchor, new high, halfway back on the week, right? That's defending. So that's how we're looking at the NASDAQ. It's defending its halfway back on the week. All right. Again, it's right in the middle right now. Okay. So we'll see what that news does. But if the VIX starts to squeeze, NASDAQ's going to fall, right? That's just how it works. Okay. All right. So there were some entries down here, 11:30. All right. So we'll see where this takes us. Now, do we want to draw this halfway back? Not quite yet, because the VIX doesn't have this. You could get steamrolled. All right. So we're just watching this halfway back on the week right now. Okay. So plenty of targets above us. All right. We'll just have to see what this guy does over here. All right. It's going to have to get through the bottom of this range, or we're just going to keep ping-ponging back and forth here. Okay, the NASDAQ and ES are just going to keep ping-ponging back and forth if it doesn't get through these lows. Okay. All right, so moving on to the YM and the Russells. Now, there were a couple developments here on the YM and the Russells. They were both in potential short setups. And what did we say this morning? If bank took off, then it's going to break those shorts, and it did. All right, so Monday's highs to highs, all right, just like all the others. There's your pullback. All right, targets are up here at 48,065. All right, we don't really want to draw up the middle of the range. Right, not quite. See, it even broke. So we want to be careful in the middle. All right, we want to be careful in the middle. We should see, hopefully, with this news, we should see all these indices get moving. At least get some sort of momentum, right? Either up or down. Okay. So that's where the YM is, right? These are all bullish, right? Everything's bullish. Okay. Everything's in a bid right now. All right, and then the Russells. How do I lose that, Tamika? Seriously. It was oh my gosh. I don't reset or anything. Okay. So here's the Russells. All right, there's its long. All right, Monday's highs to highs. Traded down here. It pierced, but then we made a new low. So the Russells hasn't officially broken this short from highs yet. Okay. Hasn't officially broken this short from highs. So we'll see if bank lifts off this afternoon. Okay. Then it's going to take the Russells with it. If bank continues to fall, then the Russells could pull back. Right. We'll see. What bank does this afternoon, because remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movement. So if bank holds this long, right, and lifts off, then that's going to take the Russells out of support right here. Okay. It'll take the Russells out of support and keep us going. All right. But right now we're just kind of ping-ponging in there. All right. So that's where the indices are. Go back. There we go. All right. That's where the indices are. Everything's bullish. Right. Everything's bullish. All right. All we need is the VIX to break low for a substantial move to get out of these ranges. We're going to have the VIX break this low, get down to targets and banks hold this long, and then we're free to rally. We're free to go. Okay. All right. Any questions, VIX bank indices, before we move on here? Anybody? Very good. Okay. All right, moving on. Bitcoin. All right, just squeezing right back into its extension short. Okay. It's move over here. All right, it's extension short, drawn from our lows on October 17th, lows to lows, right there. We did break this long, but now we're just squeezing right back into our resistance. Now, if this would break, that then we would be making a much larger pullback. Okay, much larger pullback, which would be totally normal, which would actually be kind of a gift if we actually did that. If we break that extension to get back up there. That's a lot of work, though. That's a lot of work. All right. So we'll see. We're right back at these highs. All right, right back at this extension short. All right, so we'll see. We go through it, great. We can squeeze all the way back up here. If we roll back over, targets are below us. All right. Okay, moving on to spot. Let's do that. Move you guys over. There we go. Let's go. Give me 1 second here. I got to turn this off real quick because I'm going to screw something up. I'm still talking, so worry about that. Hang on real quick. All right. Okay. Hit the wrong. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. There we go. All right. Okay. So Bitcoin spot. All right. Remember where we are. Here's a weekly chart. All right. Targets are 33.5 or September 6th. Okay. All right. So you can see we're pretty much dead on with the futures right now. All right, from those October 17th lows to lows, coming right back up into that resistance. So really no change on spot compared to the futures. And again, if that breaks, right, we're making this full pullback, which we haven't really made one yet, right? We had our first one right here, but then we went straight into extensions. We've been going straight down in extensions. So there'd be nothing surprising about making a full pullback. All right, up into here. 100,000 was support, then would become resistance. All right, so that's what we're looking at. All right, so we'll see. We'll look for like a 1 hour bar, close red, something along those lines. Okay. All right, now where'd you guys go? There you are. Okay, stocks. What would you guys like to see? Stocks. What do you got? I just spilled on myself. No one in particular? SMR, yeah. All right. We were looking at this yesterday, weren't we? Oh, hang on. We just had something happen. Bank just bounced, VIX back at lows, high tick. So, all right, so we're at support here. What are we looking at? Okay, that's what we were looking at. All right, so this is the extension short we need to break. And you can actually see there's a little short holding right there. All right, so it's got some work to do. We're back at support, but it hasn't broken any short setups yet. Okay, Hasn't broken any short setups. All right, so for it to change trend, because it isn't a downtrend, you'd want to see it at least break that right there. Right? What is this on? Nicely. So you'd want to see it at least break that to break trend. You sold 15s on it. Yeah, you might get away with that. I mean, they're down here. Right? You've got support. You're below support. It just hasn't changed to an uptrend yet. Just hasn't changed to an uptrend yet. Yep. All right. So broad market strength, hopefully we'll hold it up for you. Right. Well, hopefully, if I was setting an alert, I'd set an alert to break that, to break these 2062-ish. Because then we could potentially change trend. Okay. All right. Oh, is that what I looked at this weekend? That's why I remember that one? Okay. All right. Boeing, yeah. Boeing going. They had something happen. Higher deliveries of 737 and 787 jets. All right, so what did that do with price? Let's see. Great big range. Right, obviously big range. Look at that range. So let's see if the middle held. Sure as heck did, and then it just broke a short. All right, so see what I mean when doesn't matter, price will never lie to you. All right, so let's zoom in here. There's this guy. So there was our extension, fell through a target, that broke this one. So I'd start looking for pullbacks here. All right. Start looking for pullbacks. You'll get one eventually. You'll get one. All right, because you'll see profit taking from this gap. You'll see profit taking from that gap up. Okay, now on the bigger deal, you'd want to see it break, obviously, our halfway back. But it's got room. See how it's got room? So if you get a pullback first, that would be awesome. Now, this pullback is one of those, definitely watch the 38.2% line on this pullback. When it does happen, you'll see a bunch of orders start to hit normally at that 38.2. On these first pullbacks after a trend break, right? Because we were in a downtrend, the extensions broke. This is the first pullback after that trend break. Many times you'll see the 38.2 get gobbled up. Okay, because there's only so many orders to go around. Okay, so that's what Boeing looks like. Ken, looks pretty good. They always pay a pretty decent dividend too. All right. Oh no, no dividend. What was I thinking of? I wasn't thinking of Boeing. Okay, I swore I thought they did. Anyway, choose run. All right, so that's what I'd watch for. If you're looking for that capital appreciation like a trade, yeah, I'd definitely wait for that pullback. You'll get it eventually. You'll get it eventually. All right, very welcome. Any others, guys? Very good. Okay. All right, cool. All right, everybody just kind of chilling out. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. Okay. All right, cool. Let's get to it here. Or get back to it. Where'd you guys go? There you are. There we go. Okay. All right, so gold and silver. All right, we're not looking at crude oil because it sucks right now. It's like everybody just disappeared. All right, so gold. Tyler, I can hear you. All right. All right. So gold broke that new contract lows to highs, which was normal. We were kind of expecting that, right? So when you zoom out on this, this is a normal pullback. from our highs on, is it April 22nd? Yeah, April 22nd, highs to highs. All right, I'll just walk you through this real quick. April 22nd, highs to highs. There's our next extension long. Our first one was at 31.55. Now we've got these 39.54s. All right, we traded support, say the rhyme, trade support, break the short, draw the long. All right, and that's your entry. So there's nothing surprising about this pullback right here. All right, so we'll see, but that could be our next entry into this trend. All right, we'll have to watch this thing at 38.2. All right, so that's your next long entry on gold. All right, well, hopefully we'll get down there. Hopefully we'll get down there to be able to get in. All right, be very careful fading this down. There's nothing saying it's got to get all the way down here. It could get a wild hair, HARE, and just rip. Okay, we've seen it plenty of times with the precious metals. All right, but this would be our next long entry down here. All right, now moving on to silver. Silver is just, there's so much underlying going on silver right now. It's really nuts. It's absolutely nuts, the underlying situation on silver with the incredible shortage, right? Like insane shortage. Like could shut down bullion exchanges because they don't have enough silver. If somebody had a run on them, it's bad. It's like really, really bad. So here's obviously basic supply and demand, right? So here's silver's extension from October 16th to our highs. Remember we drew that new high this morning? And we're holding that. We're not even getting down there. We're holding that 38.2% line. All right, so silver's got targets now at these 60, 77. 60, 77, that's crazy. So we could lift off right here. Now we're just chopping sideways inside of this, right? Just chopping sideways in here. You don't want to get caught up in the middle of this, right? But we're holding longs. We're absolutely in longs. There's a lot going on. Let me look here. I haven't looked recently. What the ratio is today? 81 still, right? 81. So still incredibly jacked up. All right, comes out of the ground, or a perfect world, it's 16 to 1. Comes out of the ground, I think it's 7 to 1. Gold to silver. So this is still insanely out of whack. All right, so silver has a lot of catch up to do. Still has a ton of playing catch up. You realize if we get to 60, we're getting close to $100 an ounce. Right? If you look at this run, since we started talking about this in what, 22? You can go back, see what price we were then. There we go. Yeah, when we started talking about this in 22, 21, we were at $20, right? And our target's now at 60. So that's what, 20, 40, 60, 200% return. That's nuts, guys. So, and it's not done. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. All right. Now, again, price will tell us everything we need to know. But the underlying, what's going on with silver is, is extremely bullish for silver. Okay. All right. So nothing to really do here unless we, make a pullback down into the support. All right. So now moving on to the dollar, this is where things get really interesting because we're back in our negative correlation with the indices. Okay. And what that means is dollar strength, indice weakness, dollar weakness, indice strength. All right. So here's DXY. Now remember, DXY is not the dollar, right? And the DXY can lie because it's just an index. It just moves because of the underlying instruments inside of it. So from October 17th to our highs up here on November 5th, there's our pullback, top of the range. There's our pullback. We broke on DXY. We broke this next measured move. Okay. Right there. All right, we broke that. Looks like we broke. So we'd be looking for pullback longs to buy, right? Well, hold on. Pump brakes on that for a second. Because the euro hasn't. And I'm going to start looking at the euro with the DXY because it makes more sense. Okay, so here's the euro. All right, it just like a second ago pierced that. Okay, so what we're going to watch, all right, are these pullbacks. The euro hadn't broken that yet until just a second ago. All right, so we're going to be watching these pullbacks like a hawk. Now, this could just be sloppy because do you see what happened here? We traded down into this and we just barely pierced it. Okay, but we didn't make it to the short's profit target. See that right there? We should have continued down to this profit target and we didn't. So we got to be very careful that this thing could rip and steamroll all the way up. What will tell us is this highs to lows, because this would be the worker bee move that would have to hold. Get rid of that. This would be the worker bee move right here that would have to hold for us to continue down. And it might. But if this thing breaks, we could squeeze back to our high. We could go through and this might just be sloppy. Or it might be a front run of this larger move below us. Right? Oh man, we traded that. Okay, so back to truck up for a second. All right, so let's get rid of this. Get rid of all of this. All right, this long that I just showed you, I just actually noticed that. From lows, look what it traded. To the tip, like to the pip. And bounced. So did we just trade the larger long? Did we just trade the 38.2 of the larger long, even though we broke this short one? Price will tell us everything we need to know. Okay, so we can watch these highs, because remember we had this short off of highs that let us down. Right there, that was a great trade. Never got to this target. We hit this 38.2 first, and we ripped away from that. So here's what we can watch. We can watch this little worker bee move here, smaller move inside of a bigger one. Right there. If that little worker bee breaks, right, and why I'm kind of getting fired up about this is if this little worker bee move breaks, we can squeeze back into highs, and we might have just confirmed our next long setup on the euro with targets way up here. Now, why is that so cool? Because that's dollar weakness. And right now, dollar weakness is indices strength and precious metal strength. So you can see if we start a dollar weakness trade, heads up, right? Absolutely heads up. Okay, because that would mean the VIX is in shorts, bank is in longs, and dollar weakness. Those are the big three. Remember, we have the big three going for us. Did I do NVIDIA? No. Did you put that on there? You sure did. I'll look, and Apple. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed those two guys. I'll do that here in a second. All right. Actually, here, let me do that right now. Before I forget, NVIDIA and Apple. Let's do that real quick. Sorry, guys, I missed that up there. All right, there we go. Apple. All right, geez, this thing, Nate. Oh, look at that extension hold. That's gorgeous, huh? Man, okay. Move you guys back over. There we go. Okay, move you guys back over. All right. Dang, look at that. That's just, can't get much better than that. All right, so let's see where we are now. All right, we've still got those 303s up there. Those 303s from this massive long. That extension long from January of 2020 to our highs in December of last year, December of 24. Yep, those are up at 302.47. Look at these extensions holding. That is just gorgeous. All right, so here's what you're looking at, Nate. There's your most recent extension long from October 3rd to this high, right? So this is an amateur gap. So it means the gap filled in the same day. So we take that high out of it. To October 30th, there's a pullback, danced around, pullback, 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 didn't break. There we go. Now we've ripped through these 277s, haven't we? So we have the potential, we don't know this is here yet, but we have the potential of that highs to highs. And if that breaks, we're just, same anchor, new high. So that's what you're looking at there, Nate. You could have a brand new extension of extension of extension. I think we're on the third one here. But wow, that looks really good. Really good, really good. All right, so there's Apple, everybody. All right. NVIDIA. Yep. Let's see where we are. Okay, so there's our long. All right, there's our long right there. From June 17th to October 27th, there's your long. Targets are up at 229. So let's see what we got. Excuse me. Number one right there. Target. Number two, that's where you're sitting right there. All right, so that's what you got to get. You can see the resistance as soon as it hit it. All right, as soon as it hit it. So that's what you'll want to see. Now you'll probably get a little battle over the trend here. That's my guess. You're going to get a little battle over the trend. All right. So that's how you'll have to. That's how you have to look at that. If these 188.26s break, and before it gets halfway back, it makes a pullback for you, might be all right. And again, this, we're coming out of a long. We're in longs, right? It's not like we have to completely change trend here. We're in a long trend. So you can see, if we hold these pullbacks down here, you've already had kind of your inverted head and shoulders here, right? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. So we'll see. All right. You already had this guy hold pretty much real close. So you can just trail from there. All right. Get down there. There we go. All right. So that's how I look at that, Tamika. Got it? Good, good. Oh, now we're getting more stocks. All right. Good, Tamika? Okay. Tesla. Yep. What is old Tesla doing? Not monthly. I don't want that. Weekly. Still hasn't broken yet. So it's in this much larger long setup, Omar, from, oh, that's our 50% off sale. That's our half off sale. From 0 to that high, there's our half off sale. Targets are up at 605. All right. So this is our next measured move in a series right here from these lows June 5th to this high on November 3rd. All right, we made this pullback and ripped away from it, but see, this is why you guys need to say the rhyme, right? Say the rhyme. Trade at support, right? Trade support, break the short, not that. Trade support, break the short. That's step 2. Nope. Haven't completed step 2 yet. So you'd want to be careful drawing from this lows to highs because we didn't break the short. So what that means is we could fall all the way back down. Now, if we can sneak up here and just pierce these 439.26s, then it's game on. Start drawing up longs and buying pullbacks. All right, all the way up into these larger targets up here. Just not quite yet. All right, unfortunately. Not quite yet. You can see what happens, right? They get right to that short and get slammed. Not so much people shorting this as taking profit, right? Because if you got in down here, that's a real good spot to either hedge or take profit, right? Yep. So that's how you're looking there. You just haven't quite gotten there yet. If you're looking on the larger time frame, right? So your entries in this would be back down here, or if it breaks this, then draw that lows to highs and look for that pullback. All right. Got it, Omar? All right. Any other stocks, anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right. Now we're moving on. This made me lose my train of thought. All right. It's not hard to do, right, Tamika? Okay. There we go. All right. There we go. Okay. So here's the euro, just like we were talking about, right? If this little short holds, great. We can fall back down to our larger support. This little short breaks, we could almost confirm that we've traded support and we're lifting off. And we're going to go up in a series of measured moves up into those 116.90s. We'll see what happens here at 2 o'clock. See how much that affects the dollar, which should be a lot. Okay, dollar yen. Get up there. All right, there's its pullback. All right, from our highs August 1st to highs, there's the dollar yen's pullback right there. Again, we haven't broken the short yet. All right, we haven't broken the short yet from highs. Trade support, break the short, didn't do that yet. But we're definitely watching this pullback here to see if we get participation. Yeah, really in no man's land, right? At the exact moment right now. All right, unless you want to short into this, see if it's gonna, take you down. What you can watch is the euro, right? If the euro breaks that little short, then, we could have some confluence, as the kids say, to, to bring us down, okay, to get that dollar weakness trade. All right, I don't know if you guys noticed this morning, we had a carry trade unwind starting this morning. I think it was right here at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Yeah, it was right there. Saw that this morning. I was like, oh. Right there's 10 o'clock, that big red candle. Right? 10 o'clock. Right there, that big red candle. I saw that and I was like, oh, that could end up not very good. And then we flip back to normal. So no harm, no foul. All right. British pound, still in these short setups. Right? It's been in these, it seems like forever. From October 1st down here to our lows on November 5th, pullback. Haven't quite, let's see if we broke this. It's almost kind of like the situation with the euro, right? From those lows, see if we're actually trading the 38.2. Get rid of this and see if we're actually trading the 38.2 of that halfway back. And that's what's holding us up. Let's see. Yep. So we'll probably draw from this low if we wanted to. Be on the safe side. Right. So there we go. So it's still in the short setups, but it is finding some support at the 38.2% line of these longs. That's exactly like the euro. All right. Remember, the euro and pound move together. They're buddies. Okay. All right. What do we got on the indices here? VIX still defending its lows. Right. Bank sideways. Indices, I bet they're defending their highs. Yeah, see, defending the high. When the VIX, this is the VIX running into that low right there. So is what it is. All right, we're just ranges. These ranges are actually getting smaller. We're starting to go into a wedge. See how we're getting higher lows, lower highs? All right, again, hopefully that 2 o'clock news is going to break us out of all this. Hopefully to the upside, but we'll see. All right. So as long as the VIX continues to hold that low, right? As long as we're holding this low, we're going to keep holding those highs on the indices. Right? As long as we keep holding these lows, we're going to continue to hold those highs. We're not going to break out of those highs unless the VIX breaks out of these lows. All right. All right. Okay. Questions? What do you guys got? What do you guys got? Man, bank has just died. I honestly think it's just my opinion for what it's worth, is everybody's kind of chilling until 2 o'clock. Now that was announced. All right. So our financials are going zero. They're going nowhere. Nothing burger, as the kids say, right? All right. I'm going to do, well, no, I'll do that later. I'm going to send an alert down here to let me know if this breaks so I don't have to sit here and watch it. But I'll do that after I put the draws up for you guys. If you guys don't know, I always say that. Some people probably look at me like I got 3 heads. I put these draws up, every single one, well, 90% of the ones I just did. I put those all up on my channel, like after, usually by 1:30ish. Okay? So those are all there for you to work off of for the afternoon. Those are all there. All right. All right. Okay. Any questions, guys? Anything you guys might have missed that you want to see again? Or any questions going into the afternoon? Anybody? Everybody good? Remember, we're just starting the week, right? We are just starting our week. We don't really even have the trend yet for the week. We know we're in longs, but we haven't started trending yet. Right? We haven't started trending yet. So hopefully we will with the news. All right, everybody good? Everybody good? Anybody? Okay. All right, thanks guys. You guys are the best. I will put these draws up here in a few, work off those this afternoon, and just don't let 2 o'clock sneak up on you. Okay? All right, you guys are the best. All right, thanks so much, everybody. Talk to you later. See ya.
Thanks, Aaron.
Tyler, you good?
Yep, thanks, Aaron.
See you,
Appreciate it.
buddy. See you guys.
Good stuff, man. Thanks. All right, everybody. We will be right back with Trading the Game Show. We got a couple new little twists that we've added into it. I changed the wheel of randomness up a little bit. So the way it's going to work is it's whenever you spin the wheel, whenever you land on something, there will be an act that you have to do if you're in a trade and an act you have to do if you're not in trade. So we got that set up. And then we also have another little twist that we'll get into once we get Fuzz and Lady Leverage on. We're going to give away a Tradeify account, 50K account from Tradeify during the game show. So make sure you guys stick around. I'm just going to get Fuzz and Lady Leverage set up here, and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. StockDad family, we're excited to announce a partnership with Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, platform restrictions, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms: NinjaTrader, Tradeovate, Project X, Rhythmic, and more. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days. Guys, we will be right back with Trading the Game Show. We're waiting on Karen. She was on a phone call. She's just wrapping up. So she should be on any minute here, and we'll get started. We got Fuzz ready to go. So as soon as Karen is able to take care of her call, the thing she had to handle, she'll be on, and we'll be good to get rolling. So don't go anywhere. We got a 50K Tradeify account to give away. We got some added twists into the game show. And we got a range today. Every other time we played this, the market's trended hard in one direction. Today we got the range vibe going, so I think it can make things a little bit more spicy in terms of scalping price action. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back as soon as Karen gets on. She'll be here soon. I love you.
Yeah, let's see.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Trading the Game Show. How's everybody doing? Lady Leverage, aka Karen, Fuzz, how are you guys today?
Good.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
good.
Glad to hear it. So for today's game show, we made a couple adjustments here.
Okay.
One of which being we're going to end the show with what we're gonna call a wager trivia question, meaning that you're going to be able to wager between $50 and $1,000 on this trivia question. So that should spice things up at the end when that happens. Also, we updated the wheel of randomness. If you have to spin the wheel, it'll have two options on the wheel, and one will be if you are in a trade, do X, and if you are not in a trade, do Y. So either way,
Okay.
you'll have to do something from the wheel, and then we're adding in the wager question. So outside of that, business as usual. You guys are welcome to start taking a look at whatever names you guys want to trade. And but before you do that, before you start trading, let me get the wheels up here, and we will see what time frame and trivia categories we're gonna be working with today. What?
No hockey.
No. Oh, and so
No
I also
No
did.
events. No events.
I also did. I updated the questions a little bit. We had the sports categories, so the categories that we had done, I updated those questions so they will be new here. So, all right, Karen, we'll spin you first today. This will be your time frame you will be trading on.
Okay. Let's see.
The 2-minute chart. The wheel seems to like the 2-minute chart for Karen.
Okay.
Okay, all right, Fuzz. We're gonna go ahead and spin the wheel for you. This will be your time frame. Also the 2-minute chart. Okay, so things are evened up here. And
Okay.
the big X factor now, the trivia category. Karen, this will be your trivia category. Oh, golf.
Oh,
Have you ever
man.
golfed
What is-
before, Karen?
I do, but I don't know much about the rules. but
Okay, well,
okay.
that's all right. All right, that's good.
Okay.
I like it. I like it. And
Who does?
here we go, Fuzz. This will be your trivia category. Oh, Grill Master. How do you feel about the Grill Master, Fuzz?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I like it. All right. All right. So 2-minute chart for both you guys. I'll start queuing up some questions. You guys go ahead and take a look at
Okay.
any names that look good to you. Some pretty violent range in the indexes here, huh?
Ooh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Today has been bonkers.
Oops. 1 second. I unplugged something.
Oh, you're good. No worries.
Frothy moves up, frothy moves down.
Quickly. Yeah.
Just a reminder for you guys and the viewers at home, we have trivia questions that are tiered into 3 different difficulties. The easier ones being worth $50, the medium being worth $100, and the difficult being worth $200. That gets added to our traders' balance at the end of the segment.
Okay.
We can trade whenever, yeah.
Yeah, you're good to trade whenever. Just use your
Okay.
use your 2-minute chart here. And just if you what are you in a trade here? I see an order on your screen there, Fuzz.
I'm trying. There it goes.
Did you get
Sometimes it's
short or
slow.
long?
Short.
Okay, Fuzz got short. What kind of size you in at?
10 lots on the MES.
Okay, 10 MES short. Okay.
Netflix looks interesting again today.
Mm.
That might be the same.
The Netflix queen.
All right, let's make some money. I was thinking of selling puts today at the 105, but don't know.
Yes.
It's holding, but we are looking kind of negative here, aren't we? What time is Mr. President Trump?
I believe he is
Anything?
on at
2?
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
Okay. We've had a pause in the strikes because it's hard to find boats right now. What is this?
It's hard to find
Should they-
boats.
Is that something they should be telling us?
Where did you hear this? Is this
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Financial...
They
yeah.
said they've shot down so many boats that they're hard to find right now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought we
These,
didn't have
aren't
enough
these,
boats.
those
I
are
was
like
okay.
the Mexican or Venezuelan drug boats they're talking about, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I see. I just saw we're hard to find boats. I was like, wait, are we short on boats? But yeah, we had a pause in the strike because it's hard to find boats. All right. All right. We only began going through
So
narco. Okay, so I don't know. Nothing really.
all right. Well,
It's holding.
as you continue to watch, what difficulty trivia question would you like to kick things off with?
I'm going to go difficult. Why not? Let's just start it up.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
Dang.
Either I'm going to build myself out of that hole or.
She's either gonna get a birdie here or
Yeah.
here we go. All right.
Or I have to call. Can I call a friend this time or?
Oh, I'm okay with one call a friend. I don't have an issue with
Okay. All right.
that. Okay, so golf. Let's see. Tier
All right,
3.
I'm flat. I made a quick 100.
Okay, Fuzz, $100 on his MES short, but he's going flat now. All right, Karen.
Yes.
Your difficult golf question is. Actually, before I do that, before I read this to you, I gotta get out soundboard here. Okay. Your difficult golf question is the following. Who is the only golfer to win the modern Grand Slam in a single calendar year? Is it A, Tiger Woods, B, Gene Sarazen, is it C, Bobby Jones, or is it D, Sam Snead?
I've heard of these people, so that's good. Tell me the choices again. So we got Tiger Woods.
We got A, Tiger Woods, B, Gene Sarazen, C, Bobby Jones, or
Okay.
D, Sam Snead.
Bobby
It
Jones.
says it does here. I'll give you I'll give you this. This will. It gives me a note, and I'm not sure if I should give it to you or not.
Okay.
I
give it to her.
All right, we'll give it.
I mean,
we'll
this
give
is
it
as
to you.
bad
We'll give it
as
to you. We'll give it to you.
basketball.
Okay. All right. This is okay. So it says note pre-Masters era, still correct historically.
Okay. All right.
So for me, that at least rolls out one
Right.
person.
Yes. Yeah. And I'll go for the other one that I've heard of.
Okay.
So I'm hoping that's the reason I've heard of him.
Okay.
I'm leaning towards Bobby.
Okay,
And
that would
then
be C.
Bobby
Jones.
Jones.
Is that going to be final answer?
What were the other two? I just want to see if I remember that same era.
B. Gene Sarazen or D. Sam Snead.
And it was yeah, I'll go with Bobby.
Bobby Jones. C. Bobby Jones is correct.
Oh, good.
Correct.
Okay, 'cause I
Ding, ding,
didn't know the
ding.
other two.
That is correct. $200.
I was leaning that one too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Bobby.
All
I
right.
think so.
Nice work, Karen. You've also avoided
Okay.
the wheel of randomness while adding
All
$200 to your balance.
Okay.
Have you taken any trades, or were you just too locked in on?
I was locked in on this because first I thought it was Tiger, and then I'm like, well, then with that little clue, I went with Bobby. So
Okay. We gotta get my sound effects working here. We might get all of my sound effects at once here, chat. So please bear with me one moment.
I'm leaning towards calls too on Spy.
Okay.
Just want to see if it holds above the 9. And Netflix is kind of holding. Oh, look at Meta. Oh my gosh. Okay. Stupid Meta. Unbelievable.
It is having its day, isn't it? I thought it was going to like crash and burn more
Yeah.
today.
I had a little position open and I closed it. That annoys me.
Apple's been very good to me.
Oh, Apple is just, I bought a Leap and I just keep it open. I'm not looking. Every time I look at things, they go down, so I won't look. Let's see, Spy.
Oh.
Did it drop?
No, I'm
No.
being silly.
No.
You said you're watching Spy short, Karen?
Long?
Long?
I'm trying
Okay.
to see if it gets above the
Okay.
nut. Yeah, there it's starting to go. But it's still kind of, we'll see.
Okay. Sir Grill Master. Are you ready?
I mean, she went with a tough question, so I might as well go with a tough question too.
I
Right?
like it. She just peer pressured him right into it.
Twist my arm.
We've never even dipped our toes into the Grill Master trivia questions yet. To be honest with you, haven't even checked them myself. So this should be interesting. Let's see what we got for Sir Fuzz's first Grill Master question. Okay. Good luck to you, because I would not know this myself.
It's encouraging.
All right. Fuzz, What is the stall? This is in quotes. What is the stall in smoking meats? Is it A? Temp- is it A, temperature drop at 160 degrees Fahrenheit? Is it B, meat sticking to grate? Is it C, wood stops smoking? Is it D, grill lid won't close?
Okay, so a meat stall is when so
So it's the
when
stall
you're
in smoking meats. Yeah.
when you're cooking a good brisket
Okay.
and you're smoking it
We're getting schooled now, Karen.
at
I like
some
this.
point,
Mm-hmm.
like say if you're smoking low and slow,
Mm-hmm.
at some point you're going to hit what is called the stall.
Okay.
And that's when temperature hits a certain spot and it just stays there for what seems like an eternity. And generally, you can take it out, wrap it if you want to speed up the process. But say you hit like 100, say if you're smoking a brisket and it hits 160 degrees, 165 degrees, 180, it can happen whenever.
Mm-hmm.
But at some point, it's just going to just stop cooking. And you're going to be looking at your thermometer. You're going to think, this thing's broken. And that's just part of the process of cooking. Especially
Okay.
if you're smoking meat. So
Okay.
the stall is when temperature just absolutely flatlines, like around like 160, 180 degrees.
Okay. So are you going to go with A, temp drop at 160 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah, I'm going to go with A.
Well, you, sir, ding, 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 are correct. And I think there is no doubt about it. That was a lesson
It
in
was.
smoking meats.
I've smoked a few briskets.
This man said, "Grill master, sign me up, $200, Fuzz." Very nice work, my friend. I am impressed.
Which is good. I'm short and I'm getting my butt kicked, so I need the help.
I like it. I like it. So you're short. Karen, have you entered
I entered
positions?
along, and I don't know why this is going the opposite direction, but okay.
What?
Did I enter? I don't know. But anyway, I'm up $800. So
Okay.
I'll take
Okay.
it.
Good. Okay. Yes. Karen does. So in
She's
the
coming at me with a vengeance.
yeah, the active trader for trading the game show is a new thing for Karen. So bear with her.
Yeah. So yeah, give me a moment. I may have to do this on the afternoons, maybe even the evenings. I'm gonna try ES.
Yeah,
This will be good
like actually
practice,
trading
right?
with. Yeah, it'd
Yeah.
be good for that. I'm sure. Because I think with that you're able to get in and out pretty quickly.
Right.
So
I'm gonna actually practice. This is good.
all right, here, gang.
Okay.
Now, reminder: we do have a 50K Tradeify account giveaway coming up when we wrap up.
Sweet.
We got a couple trades on the table. We have our traders who are currently opposite. We got Fuzz short. We got Lady Leverage long, and we got Lady Leverage up for her second trivia question. The category is golf.
Okay.
What difficulty do we want to go with, Karen?
We'll go medium this time.
We're going medium. Okay.
Medium.
I like it. I feel like she feels like she's got the trading locked in. She doesn't need to rely on the trivia here. That's me talking smack to you, Fuzz. That's what that was.
Right, yeah.
Oh, no, yeah. I got schmacked on that, so I'm flat.
Okay.
And I'm down
Yeah,
250.
250. All right. Fuzz went from up a hundo to down 250. Okay. All right. Now, but he does have 200 in trivia because he just let us know he is the meat master. Boom.
I entered more calls.
Okay.
200. Okay. So I'm up. Let's see if this thing goes.
I like it. I like it.
Wait, unless this is not correct. Maybe that's what it is. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I think this isn't the correct strike. Okay. That's what's happening. I'm like, why is it going up and I'm not making any money? All right, hold on. Let's go.
Money.
Yeah, let's do this.
All right, Karen.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'll let you do what you gotta do if you need to do it.
No, I'm good.
All right.
Let's go.
We're gonna go with the question: which major is always played on a links style course? Is it A, the PGA Championship? Is it B, the Open Championship? Is it C, the Masters? Or is it D, the US Open?
A links.
I feel like that one's a tougher one than the last
Yeah,
one.
that one is pretty. I agree. That one is tough. That one is tough.
All right, say it again now. The links. Let's see if I can remember.
Which major is always played on a links style course? A, the PGA Championship. B, the Open Championship. C, the Masters. Or D, US Open.
Oh, so there's an Open and the US Open.
Yes, there is. Yes, I would have also maybe assumed those were one and the same, and I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. But they are listed here as two different. Chat. I don't know if we have any golfers in the chat, but anybody know, are the US Open and the Open Championship actually two different golf tournaments, or are they one and the same?
I feel like that's a clue. I don't know why.
Yeah, okay, I like it. I like it. I like Karen's deductive reasoning. She's always, thinking about it outside the box.
Okay. I'll go with the Open.
So you're gonna go with
Open,
B, the Open Championship.
Yeah, US Open sounds fancier. I don't know if links is fancy.
Well, ding, 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 ding. You are correct. It was B, the Open Championship.
I don't know anything about it. I'm just guessing.
You're a fantastic guesser.
Yeah, that was as good
that's
as
a fantastic guess.
I knew it wasn't the Masters, so.
What is the links though? What is the difference? Is it bumpy or something?
I don't know. Let's see. Let's
yeah,
ask.
links golf is like more like European style, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Which means what? Windier?
Yeah. Windier, bumpier. Something like that.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Well. Okay, I figured it out. It was a different one that I was playing. That's why I was like, how am I going down if it's going up? So I guess I had puts. So, but overall it was still up. I think it was like, what, 300? So that's good.
So it looks like a link style golf course is essentially a golf course near a body of water. Because the links course is the oldest form of golf course design, originating in Scotland. It's built on sandy coastal land where the sea used to link to the farmland, hence the name.
Okay.
When it is generally more windy.
Okay.
So yeah, natural dunes, very few trees.
What is this candle?
Okay.
Okay.
We learned something here on Trading the Game Show every day. Fuzz, are you back in the shorts?
Yes.
Ooh, I like it.
Insert meme that like GIF of SpongeBob. The more you know.
All right, Fuzz. I wish I had an extra difficult question for you after the absolute knowledge display you hit us with on the last question. But what difficulty do you want to go with this time, Mr. Grill Master?
Go hard again. Why not?
Let's go hard again. Okay, I like it. I like it. Ooh, okay, that's another. Oh, man, these are some interesting ones. I'm curious if you'll know the answer to. We're going to go with this one. Fuzz. What country is credited with originating barbecue? Is it A, the USA, B, Brazil, C, Jamaica/Caribbean, or D, Australia?
America.
America. Is that going to be your final answer, Fuzz?
No idea.
A, America?
Yeah. That's fake news.
Fake news. The correct
fake
answer,
news.
the answer we were looking for, Mr. Fuzz, was C, Jamaica / the Caribbean.
Oh.
Liars.
So you know what that means, Fuzz?
Liars.
The
No.
wheel of randomness.
Liars.
Here we
That's
go.
fine. I'm doing terrible.
Now I
I'm
was
glad
trying.
this isn't my real account.
I was, he's just getting smoked in the chop, and now let's see the wheel of randomness has to do. Now Fuzz, I had to do a different random wheel here. This is not our typical. I vibe coded these other wheels, and when I tried to make changes to it, I didn't get it done in time. So we're using this tool here. So, are you ready to spin?
Spin it.
Spin it, baby.
There it is.
Give me my punishment.
Okay, so if you are in a trade, reverse it. You're in a trade right now?
Yeah.
All right, so I think you got to flip long, my friend.
Done.
All right. He's long. Let's see. I think that could help him. We'll see. I don't know.
I didn't want to go long.
So we also put in, this is a mental thing I put in. So whenever the wheel of randomness forces you to do something, it's like a 2-minute time window. So if you had to reverse your trade, you got to hold it for 2 minutes. So
2 minutes.
one bar on your 2-minute chart,
Okay.
and after that, you then can make any other decision you want to make.
Fair enough. I can accept that. It might work out.
Perp said, "Let me get that N64." By the way, yeah, we got the N64 back here. I want to do some streaming with it. I gotta try to get it set up. Me and Snipe playing some 007. Hey Fuzz, I feel like this long could work here. You better be
It's gonna be
thanking
a
that wheel.
solid.
You speak nicely to that
gonna be
wheel,
a solid.
Fuzz.
I'm down to 75 right now, so
Okay. On this long or altogether?
altogether.
Altogether.
So I got to make up like probably 1,000 just to catch up to Karen.
Hey, we do still have the wager trivia question. So, you know, the king of barbecue could wager large.
1, okay. 681.
Jamaica invented barbecue. Challenge flag.
Karen, update us on your trading situation.
Yeah, my trading situation. I entered longs, and I'm not sure where I'm at, but it should be up because I entered on this candle.
You're in on Netflix?
Spy. No, Spy.
Spy.
I went
Okay.
with Spy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuzz, if you decide to exit the wheel of randomness longs for anything else, feel free to update us.
I will.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's see here. This range has ranged from the highs to the lows to almost the highs to almost the lows to now we're just getting tighter and tighter in the middle. Sounds like the market is waiting for Sir Donnie.
President Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sir Donnie to step up to the mic. Your boy over here would prefer if he pumps us to the moon. All right. With that being said, Karen currently holds a 100-point lead in trivia. And she is currently up for her next trivia question. So, Miss Lady Leverage, what difficulty would you like?
I'll go with easy because.
Okay.
All right. I reversed. I'm back
You
short.
reversed.
All right, he's
Okay.
back short. He's back short. That looks valid.
Yeah, this is not holding.
All right, Karen, your easy question for the golf category is the following. What is the term for one shot under par on a hole in the game of golf?
Okay.
Is it A, a birdie? Sorry, I dropped my pencil. It made me lose my train of thought. A birdie.
Okay.
Is it B, a bogey? Is it C, a par? Or is it D, an eagle? Jeez.
I always get confused with this with two of them.
So it's one shot under par,
Mm-hmm.
birdie, bogey, par, or eagle.
I think it's birdie.
Is that going to be your final answer?
Yeah, I'll go with the final answer.
A birdie. Ding, 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 ding.
Okay.
That is correct.
It was
Congratulations,
either that
Karen.
or the other one. The what's the other one with the B? Birdie?
Bogey.
Bogey. Yeah. What is a
birdie
bogey?
and bogey. You get mixed up between.
Over
Yeah.
par.
Over par.
Yeah, that's one over par, correct?
That's why. Okay.
Yep,
All right.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that puts
Okay.
Karen at 350 for trivia. Nice work, Karen. She continues to just work her way through the
What's
trivia
next
questions.
week? Squash or something?
Well, you can maybe add a little paddle. You know what I mean? A little pickleball questions. You know.
It's all the same to
Ask,
me. I don't,
yeah, Karen's like, I don't care what you give me because I'm guessing either way. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. So Fuzz, did the position reversal? It almost looks like it could have potentially reversed while you would have been in some drawdown in your short. You might have been able to catch a little profit on the reversal long, and then you're able to get back short. Is that how that played out?
Yeah, no, I got some room to make. I'm trying to target this low at like 6825, which 6825 has been like our magnet for the day for whatever reason, even overnight. So I'm hoping we come back down to like 2.5 before this ends. But so far it's working out.
Okay.
I got a lot of room to make up for, so it's like it's got to work out and in a big way.
So you guys have done this once each, right? And then one time with Amar, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are split at one here. And reminder, we do have the wager question, so that should make things a little spicy. You can decide what you want to wager here. So, but before that, as you continue to manage your short trade, what difficulty question, Sir Grillmaster, would you like to take?
I guess I'll go medium this time since I missed the last one.
Okay, he's going medium. Soft. Oh, I didn't say that. All right, here. All right, Fuzz. Your medium question, Sir Grillmaster, is the following. What internal temperature is safe for chicken? Is it A, 135, B, 145, C, 165, or D, 185? And that is all Fahrenheit, by the way.
If you're eating chicken at 185, that's going to be the chewiest overcooked chicken. And A is raw.
167.
165 is the correct temperature.
Final answer C,
chicken.
165.
Final answer.
Ding, 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 ding.
Very
Congratulations, sir. That is $100
It's raw.
added to your trivia total, putting you only now 50 points behind, $50 behind, I should say. Lady Leverage. As these shorts, are you taking trim in here? I see some in profit taking.
Yeah, I took some profit there.
Okay.
And I am in the green now. Let's go.
Let's go. Okay. Okay.
We're green, baby.
We'll do one more trivia question here each. So Karen, whenever you're ready, feel free to let me know what difficulty you would like.
I'll go. I'll go medium, but I'm scared.
Okay,
so
she's going medium golf trivia here.
Mm-hmm.
Now, have you continued to hold the SPY longs or have you exited?
No, I exited, so now I'm even.
Okay, so you're break even on your trades currently?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
That went kind of quick.
Okay.
It just dropped.
Let me find a medium one here for you.
Yeah, it's very choppy. It hit 1, 2, 3 times. If it wants to, it could still drop more.
All right, Karen. Your medium golf trivia question is the following. Which golfer has the nickname Lefty? Is it A, Dustin Johnson? Is it B, Phil Mickelson? Is it C, Bubba Watson? Or is it D, John Rahm? Or Rahm. I don't know how you say it. R-A-H-M. John Rahm.
So Nicholson?
Let's
see. No.
Phil Mickelson. It's not Nicholson. It's Mickelson.
Oh,
Phil Mickelson.
Okay,
Yeah. It's
Mickle?
I think it's Jack Nicklaus is maybe who you're thinking of. But Phil Mickelson is the
Phil Mickelson. Okay. I know him, but I don't know why. Okay.
He all these guys I think all these guys are relatively recent, like kind of within either the Tiger era or even maybe potentially more recent than that.
Okay. So Phil Mickelson. So lefties, right?
So it would be a lefty. Yep. You got Dustin Johnson, Phil Mickelson, Bubba Watson, or John Rahm.
Ron. I don't know. Let's see. I'm between Mickelson maybe and Johnson, Watson. I mean, you emphasized the last one, so is that a clue?
That is not meant to be any clue.
Okay,
That is just that just is an example of how illiterate I am.
Okay, all right. Again, it's total guess. One of these days, I'll actually know an answer.
I mean, at this point, you've proven to be the world's greatest guesser. Yeah, maybe you gotta start playing the lottery a little more. I don't know.
That's too many numbers.
It's valid.
I'm stuck still between those two, unless it's Johnson.
So you're stuck between B and D, Phil Mickelson and John Rahm?
No, Mickelson and Johnson.
Mickelson and Johnson, okay. Fun fact about Dustin Johnson, I'm pretty sure he dated Wayne Gretzky, one of the greatest NHL players, his daughter. Yeah, I think they're married, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think he also got suspended maybe for cocaine usage. Pretty sure that happened too.
Oh.
None of this has anything to do with this trivia question. This is
No, now you have me thinking. I'm like, do more lefties smoke cocaine? Maybe there's a connection there.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'll go with Mickelson. I don't think that's right though.
B, Phil Mickelson. Ding, ding, ding. The world's greatest guesser shrinks again, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations! That is correct. For another $100 added to your trivia balance, putting you at $450 total. Heading into your, you'll have a wager question here where you can decide how much you want to put on that question.
Okay.
All right.
So
for now, feel free. You still have a couple minutes if you want to try to enter any trades. This this range has gotten pretty tight, which makes things a little bit interesting.
Okay.
Fuzz, are you?
I went back.
Okay, go ahead.
I went back short.
Yeah.
So you took your profit on your shorts, and then now you've re-entered shorts.
Now I've re-entered. Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to get a little bit more, hopefully.
All right. And what difficulty question would you like to answer, Sir Grill Master?
I have to go hard just to make up some ground, and if I don't, then if I don't get it right, then at least I learned something. So
now, if you answer this question correctly, you will take a $50 trivia cash lead. So let's see.
That's good. This candle does not do me anything.
I know. It's very tricky here.
I hate it. I hate it so bad.
Yeah, it's something I wouldn't even be trading, but
Yeah.
here we are.
All
Hard.
right, Fuzz. Yeah, this is under normal circumstances when you weren't in the middle of a game show. You would just be
You
hands
just
off,
have to.
Oh
wait-
yeah, I would be like eating lunch or
waiting for Donnie
taking a
to
walk or
step up to the
something.
podium.
Zero
Yeah.
fun, sir.
All right, Fuzz. Here we go.
No.
There are some fun ones about collagen that sound like they'd be pretty difficult to me. We're gonna go with this one. Let's see if you got it. What spice is the main base of most barbecue rubs? Is it A, salt, B, cumin, C, paprika, or D, rosemary?
Interesting. I was like, when you asked me that question, I was going to say brown sugar. Well, salt is pretty important.
I would agree with that statement. It is pretty much a staple for almost every meal.
Paprika is a good one, but I don't know if that would be like the base. Yeah,
the base of most barbecue rubs.
the base of most barbecue rubs. And I know a lot of recipes, they always have some volume of cumin in it. So it is very tricky.
This is tricky. This is tricky.
Yeah, cumin and paprika are pretty big when it comes to like seasonings, but
What's your vibe on
I really
rosemary?
want to say,
What's your vibe on rosemary? Don't I usually?
I wouldn't say it's their base. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a base.
Okay,
It's more
okay.
like
So
we've
we've eliminated
an
rosemary here.
accent
Okay.
Um,
So stuck between salt, cumin, and paprika.
I feel like salt has to be like the base. It's so important when it comes to cooking in general.
All right. Is that gonna be your
I wouldn't be surprised if it's paprika though, but I am gonna have to go salt.
final answer? A, salt.
Yeah, salt.
No.
Really? I would have went with salt too.
Well, according to ChatGPT, the correct answer is paprika. C, paprika. Yes, sir.
Really?
Yep.
That's so funny. I was talking to somebody the other day and I said, I love paprika.
I feel like it's the phrasing of the base. You know what I mean? Like specifically the base. I think is what kind of throws it off there, because I think there's got to be salt in every barbecue too.
Yeah.
So I am sorry, Fuzz. That is no $200. We're gonna do a quick spin of the wheel of randomness. Are you still holding these
I would've
shorts, or are
guessed
you
the
flat,
same.
Fuzz?
I'm still holding short.
Okay. All
I
right.
don't care. Yeah, I don't care.
All right. Let's see
All
here.
right.
This will be our spin of the wheel of randomness. Let's see what it tells him to do.
I'll enter longs.
The Don is probably, well, he hasn't started speaking yet, so.
Oh, another reverse it, Fuzz.
No.
He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. You got to reverse it for at least
Yeah, I
one
don't
2-minute candle.
No.
Now, you
That's
guys,
unfortunate.
are each gonna have one more trivia question, which is going to be your wager question.
Flip it and reverse it.
Hold on, guys. I'm almost done. Hold on.
Let's go, Dad. You promised.
They're waiting on me to go build a snowman, so we got like 5 inches of snow last week.
Dang.
All right. So to wrap things up here, you each are gonna have one final trivia question. It will be a difficult trivia question from your category, unless you want to respin. I'm willing to give a respin on the trivia for your wager question if you would like. So Karen, you're going to be up first. You've been going first.
I'll stick with golf.
Stick with golf. Okay, you're gonna get a difficult question. You currently have a $150 lead in trivia. Now, I'm not sure where you stand in terms of a trading profit standpoint. You're break even last time I heard, I think.
Yeah, so I'm in longs right now. So
In longs right now.
let's,
Okay. All
yeah.
right. All right. So I'm not 100% sure where Fuzz stands in terms of trading profits,
Let's see.
but while he takes a look, Karen, what?
Unrealized down like 100.
Okay, so
Okay.
you guys are pretty tight in terms. Oh, this is good because you guys
Yeah.
are pretty
Okay.
tight in terms of P&L in general. If you
Yeah.
look at things here, because you got a $150 lead in trivia, and possibly a slight lead on the P&L here. So it's gonna be tight, and Fuzz is gonna get to wrap this up, so he'll have a better idea on what to wager. But Karen, how much would you like to
Okay.
wager? Anywhere from $50 to $1,000 on your difficult golf question.
Oh, I'm up 100.
So you're up 150 currently
Okay,
in trivia.
I'll do 100.
We're gonna do $100. So $100 on
yeah,
the wager.
yeah, I'll give Fuzz a chance.
All right, I like it. I like it. She's not trying to put away. She's showing a little bit of mercy here. All right, so a
Go.
difficult question for $100.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Mhm.
because I've been guessing the whole time.
Yeah. So can she do it
He
again?
actually- He actually has knowledge, so I'm just guessing.
All right. The question for you that you have wagered $100 on, Lady Leverage, is which U.S. Open venue is notorious for its extremely narrow fairways and thick rough, earning the nickname the Mass. Why does ChatGPT so stupid? I'm not going to give you the nickname. We're going to pick a different question because
Okay.
it says earning the nickname Massacre at Wingfoot. And the answer is Wingfoot. So I don't know how ChatGPT slipped that one into a difficult question. Which, to be honest with you, after you missed I Am Groot, I probably should have just went with it and seen what happened because that would have been pretty funny to compare side by side. But we're going to go with a different question.
Okay. Okay.
See,
All
they're
right.
trying to do you dirty there. again.
I know.
All right, here we go. All right, changing
Okay.
questions. We're going to go. Let me make sure it's not giving me any stupidity.
Okay.
Okay, all right. All right, what is the longest hole ever recorded in PGA Tour history? So this is the yardage. So this would be the distance from the tee off to the hole. Total yardage, the longest hole in PGA history. Is it A, 663 yards, B, 701 yards, C, 731 yards, or is it D, 780 yards?
The longest. So it's, I wrote it down. So 663, 701, or 731, or 780.
Correct. Now, do you know, like at your local golf course, you go to a play and you're playing a par 5, which is, the longest hole that they have. Do you have any idea what kind of an average yardage of a par 5 is?
No idea.
Okay.
Wait, ask the question again. Let me do this.
So do you like, if you're going to one of your local golf courses and you're playing a par 5, which is the longest holes generally on a golf course, they're the longest ones you can have. Do you know on like average what kind of yardage do those holes typically like start at?
Isn't it like 200? No, it has to be more.
Yeah, it's further than that. I'll give you a hint. Since you didn't wager anything crazy here, we'll give you a hint. That I would say that a par 5 normally starts at around 500 yards.
Okay, so that's
obviously these are the longest in history, but just to give you a little bit of reference, par 5s are around 500 yards and up.
So this is the longest that somebody's hit the ball?
So the PGA is the Professional Golf Association. Now they go to these golf courses and they'll change them from tournament to tournament, so the holes aren't always in the same place, all that good stuff, right? So it's the longest hole from tee off to hole that the PGA Tour has ever had on its tour.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, interesting question.
I'm just looking at the number 3 at the end, and 1 and 1, and I'm like,
Yeah, you got 663,
Yeah.
701, 731, and then 780 is
The
our only
longest
even number.
hole. So 7, 8, because aren't they all even or like,
I
not
don't
even, but like
know the answer to
holes?
that.
Yeah. Hmm.
I don't necessarily think that they do always keep them all even. I don't think that is a thing.
No.
No, because they'll change, even on a golf course, they'll change the tee placement on a green to a bunch of different places. So that can all vary. I don't think they keep it to an even
It's
number.
7. Okay, so I was thinking 780, but then.
It could be an even number. I'm not saying it's not. Don't let me steer you one way or the other. You do you, boo boo. I'm just saying I don't think that's like
Okay.
a thing.
But okay, ask me the question again. Let me
Okay.
see if I.
What is the
okay, let me get in it.
longest? Okay. What is the longest hole
Longest
ever
hole
recorded
ever.
in PGA Tour history,
Okay.
based
The
off of
longest
yardage?
hole on PGA history. The longest hole. I mean, I am leaning towards that 780. It was 50 more yards really for them, but. And you're saying a par 5 is like 500, right? So if you have like a par.
So I would say like your standard in
Ish.
order to be a par 5, it's normally 500 yards or up. So these would all be long par 5s. So it doesn't necessarily give you a ton of help. By the way, I don't know if I explained this wager question correctly, but in wager, what I meant by that is you're also risking this 100, right? So if you miss this, you'll lose. Okay, I just want to make sure you.
But
guys
I'm up
were-
on the call, so that's
Okay,
good.
yeah, that's
I'll
good.
go.
That's good.
I'll go with the 731.
C731. It's got to be Witch Magic or something at this point, Fuzz, because ding, ding, ding. Lady Leverage, you were correct again. She made it sound like she's going 780 the entire time.
Yeah, I was, but then you made it. I'm like, well, but all three of them are like, just not even numbers, and I'm like, that's why I asked.
I talk too much, Fuzz.
That's what I thought, but I'm like,
Shakes
what?
fist
That's
in the air.
All right. So
yeah.
Karen is going to end her trivia profits with 550. And Fuzz, now it's time for your wager. Up to $1,000 for a difficult Grill Master question. And I will also give you the same option that I gave Karen. If you want to change your trivia category, you are allowed to risk that.
Okay. Shoot.
I'm gonna keep mine.
Okay.
And let's see, she's at what?
Her current trivia profits are at 550, while yours are at 300. So she's got a $250 lead in the trivia questions.
Okay. I don't know where she's at trade wise.
She said she did just make some profits on the longs.
I did, and then we got a red candle. So.
I'm currently flat.
Like you're flat and break even on the day?
Yeah, I'm up. I'm green $50. Make you holla.
Okay. All right. It sounds like she's probably in a similar position.
So,
yeah.
So it sounds like you want to. I would venture to say you'd want to bet.
Yeah.
Wager at least $250.
$250.
You're just going 250 even.
$250.
All right. For $250, this will even you guys up from a trivia standpoint. Difficult question. Here we go. I was going to give you that one, but I don't know how to say that word.
I feel that. There's a lot of weird words in cooking. And it sucks because I haven't had lunch yet. So, like, this is making me even more hungry. Angry.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the last one, right? Because I have a
yeah. Sorry, this will be the last one. All right, here we go.
Okay.
You'll give you this one, Fuzz. What does the Texas Crunch involve? A, foiling meat to speed cook. B, marinating overnight. C, leaving lid open. Or D, cooking only over mesquite. I don't know if I said that correctly.
I know this one. It goes along with like anytime you like hit a stall or if you need to speed something up.
Okay.
You want to speed it up without. You could increase temperature, but that risk, when you're playing with the temps, you can get a little wonky. Your meat can turn out the way you don't want it. So the safest way to do it is to do the Texas Crunch, which is to wrap it. You can wrap it with butcher's paper, or you can wrap it in foil. So the answer is to wrap it in foil.
So A, foiling meat to speed cook.
Yes.
Ding, ding, ding. That is correct, my friend. Which evens you guys up at $550 in trivia. Absolutely riveting trivia match today in today's Trading the Game show. So go ahead. If you have any position on, please close it. Please go flat.
Yep. I
And
closed mine. Yep.
and then you guys can let us know what you ended up with from a trading perspective, and we can see who we can tip our cap to as today's game show winner.
I'm 50, green 50.
$50 for Fuzz.
$50.
Yeah.
Karen, where did you end up?
120.
120. Karen,
Yeah.
congratulations.
I know.
Our
It was that
winner.
candle that got me out. Yeah.
It's-
Either way, I would have been fine now, but okay.
Well, congratulations. I'm going to pick
Yeah.
a random winner here. Karen, if you need to
Okay.
run, feel free. I'm just going to pick a
Okay.
winner for our Tradeify giveaway
Yeah.
before we wrap it up here. Thanks for hanging out, chat. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Nice.
Yeah, that was rough.
Good job.
Yeah. Well, good job with the grilling. I don't know anything about that.
I mean, look at me. I love food, so and I love smoking meats.
I
and
love
cigars.
ordering food.
Ooh, we're clipping that one,
That's
Fuzz.
good.
Love
Yeah.
smoking meats and cigars, so I'm all
Yeah.
for it.
Yep.
Okay.
Really nice.
All right, we got, let's see. Will F. Hine. I'm going to put the name in the chat. I don't know if he's still here.
And that's a 50K?
This is a Tradeify account
Tradeify.
for from
Yeah.
this one. Is Tradeify is 50K? I think it's a 50K. I actually don't. It doesn't say. I just see the discount coupon code. So Wilhelm, is Wilhelm still on the chat? You just had to be in the chat. I pulled anybody who was in the chat. I pulled all the names from the chat today and had a random winner selected. All right, we're gonna, since we're a little over time here. I know they gotta go. We're gonna hang on to it. Will, if hopefully you are either in the Discord, or you'll be on tomorrow. We'll see if you're on. We can we'll have you claim it, and if he's not on, we'll save the giveaway for somebody else. But thanks for joining us for StockDads TV today, gang. Karen, Fuzz, thanks for joining me for the game show. Remember, Trump is probably coming to the mic right now, so if you're in a position, treat it safely.
Careful.
We'll be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m.
Careful.
Thanks for hanging out. Peace out. We love you guys. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.